Let's break the silence, mend the pieces. Gotta stop this life from ending. Oh, it's all the memories slowly fading. Don't back down now, hold on to me. I'm not giving up. Beats her down, no one knows she's just another victim. Together for so long, she doesn't want to start again. And now there's pain inside, it's harder for her to find. Another reason to stay around, but it's the same sad story. Let's break the silence, mend the pieces. Gotta stop this life from ending. Oh, it's all the memories slowly fading. Don't back down now, hold on to me. I'm not giving up. Giving up. Let's break the silence, mend the pieces. Gotta stop this life from.
Johnstown's going through a lot of changes. Our community is turning into this outdoorsy town that's very welcoming. And our company at JWF Industries changing, looking at the progress we've made with high technology and a family atmosphere. If you're from Johnstown, stay here, see the opportunities. If you left Johnstown, come back and see the difference in our town, see the differences at JWF Industries, the technology, and a great future here. We're at JWF, we're all about faith, family, and country.
On or off the road, Honda builds it. You want it, and the new 5-Star Power Sports Bedford County has got it. Conveniently located on Route 30, just across from the Bedford Everett Walmart. 5-Star's got a huge selection of Honda bikes, quads, side-by-sides, and tons of parts and accessories. No one stocks more. 5-Star Power Sports Bedford County.
5-Star Power Sports. You were born ready for this.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
I'm Gavin Towers, Ride MX34.
I'm Drew Adams, Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
My name's Colin Humphrey, and I ride MX34.
My name's Adam Intignap, and I ride MX34.
Check out the all-new MX34 from Dunlop.
All new MX34 from Dunlop.
Tom Young here, ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Justin Cooper, ride Dunlop MX34.
Josh Mota, ride MX34.
I'm Hunter Lawrence, ride Dunlop MX34.
Ride Dunlop MX34. I'm Hayden Deegan, ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Jet Lawrence, ride Dunlop MX34.
would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
ontrackschool.com. Check it out.
Valley Truck Centers and Valley Automotive Group. We're the proud sponsors of professional Supercross rider Jeremy Hand. For over 30 years, Valley has been a trusted teammate in the motocross community. Good luck to all racers for a safe and successful 2024 season.
Hey guys, welcome to Cernic Cycle World, your premier power sports destination. Come on in and check it out. We stock the best products from Honda, Suzuki, Kawasaki, Yamaha, KTM, also KA. That means we have something for the whole family. We also have a full-service parts department ready to help you with the newest parts, accessories, apparel, and gear from all the top brands. We have our 40,000 square feet showroom with over 500 new and used units ready for immediate delivery. Easy on-the-spot financing, good credit, bad credit, we can help. And if we don't have what you're looking for, we'll get it. Come see why nobody beats a Cernic deal. Or shop online 24/7 at www.cernix.com.
Yeah!
That's good stuff right there.
6 in-demand brands: Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Ford, Jeep, Ram.
Catch big savings now at Valley.
Valley delivers better value to you.
ValleySuperstore.com.
The history of Loretta Lynn's deepens. 30 championships, all backed by Dunlop motorcycle tires.
That kid's got heart.
Win the title, Casey Cochran.
Got our GeoMax MX-14 ready to go.
Kevin Jack Spinning.
The following is a presentation of RMG Sports, award-winning championship television.
Good morning and welcome to Pleasure Valley. It's 2025 and we are coming right back in with our third round of the PAMX Spring Championship. It's round number 3 at Pleasure Valley. We started off at Dublin Gap with the D6 and PAMX series on the 25th of March. Then we went to the MDRA PMX at Sunday, March 30th and Tomahawk. And now we are here with round number 3, and it is spring in western Pennsylvania. It's kind of dreary, 37 degrees, muddy yesterday, but it is a really, really great track today. We are getting ready to start our racing. We're just finishing up on the practices right now. The 50s are out there. Good morning, it's me. Yeah, I'll just get older. Anyway, we want to thank you for coming in here, and we have got some really, really great things happening here at PAMX Pleasure Valley. This year, Jones and Roman have revolutionized the track now. The start, as you all remember, is a concrete start. A lot of people had problems with it, especially if it was raining or muddy. They had problems getting off the line, but now they've got grids. There are stainless steel grids on the start. And that was brought to you by Jones and Roman Motocross. They put them in, and I was watching yesterday, and oh, what a difference a year makes. What a fantastic track. We want to thank Steve Roman and Mad Mike Jones for doing this for us. It's going to absolutely set it at a different level here at Pleasure Valley. One of the other great things this year is that RMGsports.net and Jeff Cernick have brought this to you now free. You can watch it on YouTube. Yeah, watch it on YouTube. Just go to the RMGsports.net on YouTube, and all viewing this year is free. So tell your friends and family that they can watch motocross if they can't be here. We are on the web live and will be for every single race this year. So big thanks to Jeff Cernick and, of course, Jared Romsberg at RMG Motorsports, or RMGsports.net, for bringing this to you live. All our sponsors are up there in the right-hand corner. You see MXT and all the sponsors that are helping bring this to you. And, again, this is our makeup practice, big bike makeup practice. So, again, we're looking at the last of the big bike practices. We have got the races coming to you. First race is going to start off with Plus 25C and Open D, and they will be coming to the line shortly as we get set to go. What a wonderful, wonderful. Now, you can see the track. It's deep as they come through the tail of the dragon. There we are on the uphill, our triple-double. As I said, it's just, yes. So now we're going to take you on a track preview, and of course we've changed some of the names, but here we go with track preview, starting at the Jones and Roman start line. Underneath the Plum Contracting Bridge into the Elevar Tire first turn. Of course, this is last year's footage as they bring it down around the corner to the step up. The step up, now the Fuel Factory launch. Up over the Fuel Factory launch. Across the Dragon's back. Entering into the tail of the Dragon there. They make the turn and down that long Himmler downhill. in the little bowl turn. Up through the chicane. And down around the pond turn. Pond turn represents the halfway point of the racetrack per lap. And now up over the MX6 Racing triple-double, which is not that dry today. Bring it down through the Honda Bowl turn. And then off to the Team Green triple. Up over the triple and into the Caterpillar off camber. And boy, that was deep yesterday up on that top line. All the way through to the Pro Action finish line. You see that there. And then make the turn and over the Dunlop Tire Tunnel. And then, of course, back under the Plum Contracting Bridge. So that is a last year's track map. We'll get you a fresher one this year. But we are back live as we look at the track. Everybody's off the track, and we have our riders coming around for the start. And they are, again, the last practice right now. And our first moto is coming down to staging as we get ready. And we're going to go to some commercials for a little bit. And we'll be right back with you for all the racing action in round number 3 of the PAMX Spring Championship at Pleasure Valley.
Johnstown's going through a lot of changes. Our community is turning into this outdoorsy town that's very welcoming. And our company at JWF Industries changing, looking at the progress we've made with high technology and a family atmosphere. If you're from Johnstown, stay here, see the opportunities. If you left Johnstown, come back and see the difference in our town, see the differences at JWF Industries, the technology, and a great future here. We're at JWF, we're all about faith, family, and country.
On or off the road, Honda builds it. You want it, and the new 5-star Power Sports Bedford County has got it. Conveniently located on Route 30, just across from the Bedford Everett Walmart. 5-star's got a huge selection of Honda bikes, quads, side-by-sides, and tons of parts and accessories. No one stocks more. 5-star Power Sports Bedford County.
5-star Power Sports. You were born ready for this.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
I'm Gavin Towers, ride MX34.
I'm Drew Adams, ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
My name's Colin Humphrey, and I ride MX34.
My name's Adam Intignap, and I ride MX34.
Check out the all-new MX34 from Dunlop.
All new MX34 from Dunlop.
Tom Young here, ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Justin Cooper, ride Dunlop MX34.
Josh Mota, ride MX34.
I'm Hunter Lawrence, ride Dunlop MX34.
Ride Dunlop MX34. I'm Hayden Deegan, ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Jet Lyons, ride Dunlop MX34.
would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
ontrackschool.com. Check it out.
Valley Truck Centers and Valley Automotive Group. We're the proud sponsors of professional Supercross rider Jeremy Hand. For over 30 years, Valley has been a trusted teammate in the motocross community. Good luck to all racers for a safe and successful 2024 season.
Hey guys, welcome to Cernic Cycle World, your premier power sports destination. Come on in and check it out. We stock the best products from Honda, Suzuki, Kawasaki, Yamaha, KTM, also Kia. That means we have something for the whole family. We also have a full-service parts department ready to help you with the newest parts, accessories, apparel, and gear from all the top brands. We have our 40,000 square feet showroom with over 500 new and used units, ready for immediate delivery. Easy on-the-spot financing.
Good morning and welcome back to Pleasure Valley. Our event today brought to you by Tom Cycle, Indiana, Pennsylvania's largest power sports dealer. And we'd like to remind you that the two great dealers that support Pleasure Valley and the riders this season. If you're a Western Central Pennsylvania, please give a call to Justin at Tom Cycle. And Justin and his team are always there to take care of all your power sports needs. If you're in the eastern part of the state, we have J&B Honda to give you all the support you need. So please buy from these sponsors who support our riders and our series. So big thanks to Tom Cycle and Justin, who supports our series, and especially out here today on our first race here at Pleasure Valley in 2025. Third round of the series in Western Pennsylvania, and we are loving life. As you see the two card coming up, we have the plus 25C in the Open D on the line. In the Open D, Austin Myers is number 1 rider. Bristol Richard, the number 7 rider. Braden Clyde, the number 9 rider. The 11 of Jacob Etling. The 13 of Aiden Gray. The 21 of Tanner Freshwater. The 21X of Dylan Phillips. The 22 of Wyatt Puzak. The 23 of Keegan Erdlin. The 23X of Skylar Connor. The 33 of Jax Taylor. The 49 of Chase Curry, the 77 Addison Liberoni, the 111 of David Karpinski, the 156 Michael Fiore, the 371 Christopher Lavella, the 534 of Robbie Baker, the 624 of Cole Shannon, the 701 of Chris Bryan, the 723 of Isaac Bennett, and the 920 of Mackenzie McDonald. In the plus 25C class, the number 5 of Chris Yothers, the 48 of Jalen Myers, the 121 of Ryan Kukaruda. Oh my God, this is going to kill me. The 185 of Josh McCool, the 216 of Gage Barrowcliff, the 320 of Josh Coulter, the 525 of Chris Gutter, and the 904 of Edward Keltz. Of course, I apologize for any mispronunciation of words today. My first race out in this cold weather. I flew up from Florida yesterday, and boy, I am just not used to Pennsylvania springtime. We had 80 degrees last week, and of course 37 and 51 today. 37 the low, 51 the high. Hasn't quite gotten to that 51 degrees yet. I'm kind of glad I'm indoors. as we get ready to go. These race number 1 on the line, and 2 motos each. And let's see, there are 17 motos, so 34 races today. And, of course, in each class, 1 champion. But we are loving life, looking forward to the season and everything that 2025 is going to bring us. It's always a fresh start as we look down on that Jones and Roman brand new starting grid and start line as we get ready to go. You can see our card girl up there at the top of the screen as they await Guy telling us the track is ready to go. Staggered start on the first one. I believe the Open D will be going off first as we get ready to go. I'll tell you what, there's nothing, it's still nice to go and see the buds on the trees this morning. Nice flowers. Of course, the trees are probably looking at it going like, damn, I shouldn't have put flowers out this early. It's a little cold. But again, we want to thank you. And, of course, for coming here. It's free this year. There's no pay-per-view. We are on YouTube, but you can get us at rmgsports.net. And all of the races will be brought to you this year by our great sponsors. And you can see them up there on the right-hand upper corner as they come through. Big thanks out there to Cleveland Brothers, Caterpillar, and, of course, Podium Works. But, man, we have got a great schedule for you this year. And here we go. And it looks like the 25C is off the line first as they go into the first turn. And it is the 904 of Ed Kelch from Latrobe, Pennsylvania on the Kawasaki that gets the whole shot as they head down to the head of the dragon. And as we see them approach the Fuel Factory launch step up, now the second group about to take off, the Open D class. There's our leader, the 904 of Ed Kelch from Latrobe, as he heads down that Himmler downhill. There's a battle for second. And that looks like the 320 of Josh Coulter that has just taken over second. As he head around that pond turn and up the triple-double, MX6 Racing sponsored triple-double. You can see in the background they used to have a 3-step camping area, and it looks like they've expanded that now to a 2 spots, but 2 level spots. There's our leader, the 904 of Ed Kelch on the Kawasaki, as he comes up through that Caterpillar off camber. It doesn't look so menacing from this angle. Down the finish line straightaway, and he approaches the Pro Action finish line, gets the green flag, and we are underway. So the 525 of Chris Guter from Greensburg in second, the 185 of Josh McCool into that LMR tire first turn. The 185 of McCool in third, the 216 of Gage Barrowcliff in fourth, and the 121 of Ryan Cucaruta from Aliquippa rounds out the top 5. In the Open D, the number 33 of Jax Taylor is your leader. The 49 of Chase Curry in second, the 21X of Dylan Phelps in third. Fourth is the 480. I don't have on my list here. Back to our leader, Kelts. And of course, now we're going to see the battle between the 525 of Gooder and the 185 of McCool as they come through that Himmler bowl turn, through the chicane and down towards the pond. Again, big thanks out to Tom's Cycle, Indiana, Pennsylvania's largest power sport dealer, for sponsoring our races today. And we're back to the leader. That is the 904 of Ed Kells out of Latrobe. Up over that Team Green triple on a Kawasaki, so that also helps. And there's Gooder and McCool, our second place rider. Third place just behind him. You see him just coming up on the screen. Out of the Caterpillar off camber, and here he comes, Ed Kells. Bringing it in over the Pro Action finish line. Up over the Dunlop Tunnel and headed towards the Plum Contracting Bridge. Into the LMR tire first turn. Here's our second and third place. That's Gooder and McCool coming under the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR first turn. In the Open D class, the number 3 of Taylor, still your leader. The 480 of Stewart in second. The 21X of Phillips in third. Curry, the 49 in fourth. And Shannon, the 624, rounds out the top 5 in that Open D class. And there's Ed Kelts coming through the tail of the Dragon. Goes through that off camber and headed towards the Himmler downhill. As you can see, a little tentative here in that plus 25C. Last thing you want to do when you're leading right now is to fall over, and the track is very technical. There's your second place rider. That is the 525 of Gooder, heading up through the chicane down towards the pond turn. Oh, it looks like the leader went down. The leader went down. We got a new leader, Gooder. Nope, that is okay. My bad. I saw him there and I thought, yeah, it's got to be. Here's the leader. So he made it around. Not thinking about the 2 classes out there. And, of course, Open D, it's a... See, I'm getting all excited about racing, and I'm just sitting here with you in your living room as you watch the video feed on live stream. Big thanks out to RMG Motors, or RMGsports.net. Our leader making it around the lapper there. Ed Kelts heads down, should be getting the white flag this time around. There it is, white flag is out. The 904 of Ed Kelts over the Pro Action finish line. So Taylor leading in the Open D class. The number 480 of Stewart in second, the 49 of Curry in third, the 21X of Phillips in fourth, and the 624 of Shannon rounding out the top 5. No changes so far. As we work our way through there. Ed Kelts through the tail of the Dragon. Makes the turn and heads towards that Himmler downhill. Down through the Himmler Bowl turn. And up towards the chicane. A half lap remaining in this first moto in the plus 25C class. As he brings it up over the Team Green triple, or excuse me, I'm sorry, the MX6 Racing triple double. Or we could just call it the double, double, double. Makes the turn, heads down towards the Honda Bowl turn. And now over the Team Green triple. Through the Caterpillar off camber, taking the bottom line, which is prudent. Oh, I like that. Switch it up, heads to the top line, squares it, and brings it down to the Pro Action finish line where he will get the checkered flag. So, moto number one in the books. Ed Kelts with the win. The 525 of Gooder in second. Taylor taking the win in the Open D class. Stewart coming in second in the Open D. Gooder, the 525, taking second in the plus 25C. Kukaruda, the 121, takes third. Boy, it took some time to get that name down. Kukaruka. Kukaruda. It's got a rhythm to it. Fourth place, the 85 of McCool. Fifth is the 216 of Barrowcliff. Race number two is on the line. It's the plus 30A and plus 30B. In the plus 30A, the 257 of Joey Deneen, the 611 of George Cumbadana, the 731 Stevie Roman, the 841 Rocky Stone King, the 916 of Nathaniel Kronk. In the plus 30B, the 09 of Charles Sharapovich, the 21 Brad McClellan, the 23 of Chaz Light, the 24 Isaac McGinnis, the 727 of Chad Halsell, and the 837 of Ryan Bernheimer. I got information overload. Drew crawls up here from E-Score, and he's trying to get my video running, and I just got to look at the internet, the dark side. Hey, we want to thank Drew for being here, doing a great job. Here we are looking at the Jones and Roman start line there. Again, with the new grids on the concrete. No more stacking dirt to try to get off the line better. And again, we are at race number two, plus 30A, plus 30B. Good morning if you're just tuning in. Welcome to Pleasure Valley Raceway and the RMGSports.net live presentation. We will be live and free all year. It's a YouTube, so you'll be able to play it back. Again, if you're racing today and you want to look at it tonight, we got you right there. And it's the 31. Who knew that would happen? 731 Steve Roman with the whole shot. We see that J&R on the back of his sweatshirt as he makes his way around. And I'm pretty sure he'll be out there for at least 12 out of 17 races today. He is an Ironman. Very hard when you're teaching to go out on the racetrack and do everything that you're trying to tell your riders that are your students how to do, because you have to be technically perfect the whole way as he heads down that Himmler downhill. Every one of his students is out there watching him right now. Up through the chicane and down to the pond turn. Stevie Roman, one of the best out there, and of course one of our great teachers in the art of motocross as he comes through the MX6 Racing triple-double. Makes the turn at the top. Technical, but man, what a beautiful track right now. Through that Honda Bowl turn and up over the Team Green triple. There he goes up into the Caterpillar off camber. And here's second place. And can't quite get the number on him yet. And of course, we're looking at as Stevie Roman comes through the Pro Action finish line, up over the Dunlop Tunnel, under the Plum Bridge, and into the LMR Tire first turn. And of course, Stevie's not used to that. He's got to tone it down some, pull it back a little bit because he's got traction. He didn't know quite what to do with. So the 6'11" of Comadena, George Comadena in second. As we see Steve Roman making his way across the Dragon back. Brad McClellan out of Pittsburgh leading in plus 30B. The 24 of Isaac McGinnis in second. Third is the 837 of Ryan Bernheimer. Steve Roman through the chicane, down to the pond turn. All right, there's your third place. And not showing him on the screen. As he brings it around, of course, the McClellan, the 21, Brad McClellan out of Pittsburgh on the MX Tower. Pro Action Tri-State Power Sports Husqvarna is a leader there in that plus 30B. Back to Steve Roman. There we go. Nathan Kronk, the 916 in third. There's Stevie Roman as he makes his way down towards the Pro Action finish line. The 257 of Joey Deneen out of Bedford in second. The 916 of Nathaniel Kronk out of Waynesburg in third. And, of course, the 611 of George Comadena out of Charleroi on the KTM in fourth place. This is, look at that's the lead looking under the Plum Bridge and up towards the LMR first turn. And that is Deneen, the 257 in second. And the 916 of Kronk in third. So Kronk reaching up to grab the tear-offs. And it's just how many tear-offs you can put on there. Down the Himmler downhill is our leader, Steve Roman, the 731. Up through the chicane. And the fastest lap so far is Steve Roman with a 154 on lap number 2. Of course, it took a while to get it dialed in there. He's going to make sure he knows what that track's going to be. And here's Deneen and Kronk as they head down towards that pond turn through the chicane and head up the triple-double, the MX6 Racing triple-double. Kronk putting the pressure on as they head up around the turn. Deneen knows he's right there as they head towards that Honda Bowl turn. Here comes the pass on the outside. Now only Kronk could do that. Kronk takes the outside, gets enough traction, and takes over second place. So Steve Roman, as you can see, just went through the traps at the Pro Action finish line, and second and third just headed into the Caterpillar off camber. There was a big, deep bump at the top of that Caterpillar off camber yesterday, and it was sucking the bikes up. Of course, we had yesterday afternoon, it was all the little guys, the C-classers, White flag is out. 1 lap to go. So Kronk takes over second. Deneen in third. George Combinata in fourth. Back in the 30 plus B, the 21 of Brad McClellan is your leader. 24 of Isaac McGinnis in second. The 837 of Ryan Bernheimer third. Charlie Harapovich, the 09 in fourth. And Chad Hassel, the 727, rounding out the top 5. I finally got my statistic feed, so I don't have to look down at the paper now. You think this is easy. There's our leader as he heads down around the pond turn. He has a half lap left in moto number 1. Up over the MX6 triple-double. Again, when you're teaching, you have got to be technically right on all aspects of the track, because every one of your students is watching and critiquing you right now, just as he does them. Steve Roman and Mad Mike Jones, the premier training facility out in western Pennsylvania, and pretty much one of the best on the East Coast. Up through the Caterpillar off camber. He's dropping low on that center section there. And I'll tell you what, if I was racing, that's the line I would take. Obviously, he's looking at it. The checkered flag is out at the Pro Action finish line for Steve Roman as he takes the win in 30 plus A. So Steve Roman on lap number 3 is a 157. Nathan Kronk at a 2:04. Joey Deneen at a 2:09. So a good 5 seconds. Oh God, my 7 seconds slower as they make their way around. Here comes Nathaniel Kronk and Deneen right behind him. That's the battle for fourth between Deneen and Comadena. As we watch them there, Deneen and Comadena up over the MX6 triple doubles. Up into the pole turn. And you see the third place just ahead. That's Kronk, Deneen, and Comadena. You see Deneen there. That's the 837 of Bernheimer we're seeing right now as he comes through the Caterpillar off camber. Cleveland Brothers, one of the proud sponsors of the Pleasure Valley Raceway. We certainly appreciate their equipment, but more than that, we appreciate their sponsorship. Race number 3, women's 12 plus and the Bombers and the plus 60 class. In the women's class, the number 9 of Atlanta Folk, the 15 of Kenzie Kestner, the 20 of Alexis Huber, the 32 of Tiffany Fanala, the 37 of Brianna Griffin, the 45 of Chloe Heater, the 48 of Jalen Myers, the 54 of Ella Salomon, the 66 of Addison Platt, she raced yesterday, the 77 Addison Liberoni, the 323 of Macy Newth, she raced yesterday and took both wins, the 395 of Jeanette Bell, the 410 of Michaela Tuttle, the 421 of Ava Curry, the 703 of Emma Phelps, and the 920 of Mackenzie McDonald. There's our leader right there, and I believe that's the 323 of Macy Newth out of Madera. Yes, it is, sir. She's on the Unlimited Cycle Center, Bedford, Suzuki, Yamaha, Roundhouse Power Sports, FXR Mom and Dad, Husqvarna. Around the pond turn and headed up towards the MX6 Racing triple-double. Powers her way around there. That is our second place rider. And I have to zero in a little bit more to get the number there. WMX Racing. They've already picked the team for the World Championships this year. Jamie Astudillo, JJ, And Lala Turner, our top 3 riders for that. I think that's Ella Salomon out of Brunswick, Ohio. There's our leader, the 323 of Macy Newth, the Madera, Pennsylvania rider. No, that's Huber. So Alexis Huber is your leader. Ella Salomon, the 54, in second. Yeah, I guess that is a 20. I thought it was a 323. Old eyes. Sorry about that. So Alexis Huber in the lead. Salomon in second. The number 9 of Elena Folk in third. Chloe Heater, the 45 in fourth. Jalen Myers, the 48, rounds out the top 5. In the bomber class, the bombers being, I think it's, you gotta weigh a few pounds there. The number 50 of Jaden McCurdy, the 824, Corey Tomasek in second. The 268 of Matt Bailey in third. Plus 60 class, they haven't made it around yet. Oh, there we go. Brian Semder, the 26 rider, is your leader. Chris Kriebel, the 662 in second. And Tom Nagel, the 41 rider on the KTM, in third. So there's our leader right now, the number 20, Alexis Huber. Second, there's your first and second. That's Ella Salomon putting the charge on as they come through that tricky switchback. And you see Salomon putting the pressure on as they head up over the MX6 triple-double. Salomon making a charge on the outside on Huber. There's some lap riders to get around. Leader gets around clean. Oh, they both do. They both get around clean. So Huber and Salomon headed into that Honda Bowl turn and towards that Kawasaki triple-double. Yeah, triple. I got my mix all talked up. They make the turn up into the Caterpillar off camber. Taking the low line where it's safe. Switches it up. Nice move there. So Alexis Huber out of Bradford on lap number 2. Up over top the Dunlop Tunnel, under the Plum Bridge, and headed into the Elmore Tower first turn. In the bomber class, that's our third place rider. And that's Elena Folk on the number 9 ride. Elena on the Egypt Valley Stone, Arachich Heating, Cooling, FCR Suspension, Ryco Trucking, FXR Factory Effects, Aturbi, ODI, ASV, Engineered Twin Air, OGO, Yamaha. McCurdy leading in the bomber class. There's your, look at this top 3 riders, and the third place rider, Elena Folk, put the pressure on. So you see, there she goes. She's up into second. So Elena Folk makes a pass on Ella Salomon, and here comes the pressure to take over the lead. And she's got it. So Elena Folk, out of Wellsburg, West Virginia, on the Yamaha, has taken the lead on this lap number 3. Oh, and is Salomon now having a problem? But Elena Folk up over the triple-double, doing a great job. There's the number 50. Jade McCurdy, in the bomber class. He's the leader there. So McCurdy. So that's McCurdy leading in the bomber class. brings it around. White flag is out. Elena Folk, the number 9, leading in the women's class. So I'm showing the 54 Salomon now leading in the women's class. The number 20 of Huber in second. The Elena Folk, the number 9, in third. So we're watching McCurdy, who's leading in the bomber class. The 54 of Ella Salomon from Brunswick, Ohio, leading in the women's class. Sorry about that. Got some wrong information there. But that happens. In the plus 60 class, Michael Esquino, the 142, is your leader. Brian Semder, the 26 in second. Chris Kriebel, the 662, in third on the Husqvarna. As we watch Jaden McCurdy out of Blairsville in the O'Neill Pappy Jacks race in ODI Engine Ice Twin Air Honda. And of course, the number 54 is Salomon, leading in the women's class. Ella Salomon from Brunswick, Ohio on the KTM. Alexis Huber from Bradford, who had the whole shot, is in second. And Elena Folk, the number 9, in third. There's our bomber leader, the number 50. He heads across the Caterpillar off camber, brings it around. And McCurdy gets the checkered flag. So he will win in the bomber class. Tomasek, the 824, will come in second. That's Corey Tomasek. Ella Salomon, the 54, will take the win in the women's class with Alexis Huber second and Elena Folk third. In the 60-plus class, the 26, Brian Semder will take the win. The number 4 of Lou Alley in second, and the 662 of Kriebel in third. As we get ready for race number 4, another two-gate drop race as we look down at the Jones and Roman starting line, and a dog that just doesn't want to listen. Look at that. The dog and mom both have matching hair. They both got the poof on top. Oh, it's all right. So it's a 65, 10, 11, 65, 7 to 9 in the 10, 11 class. The number 5 of Cameron Blair, the 18 of Levi Cornett, the 28 slash of Bennett Smith, the 38 of Kent Griffith, the 59 of Jake Day, the 101 of Travis Bartley, the 126 of Tate Boano, the 182 of Dalton Bloom, the 447 of Nico Lenady, the 514 of Joe LaCapra, the 520 of Keegan Lerman, the 862 of Corbin McHenry, and the 921 of Jax Maturko. Here they come up into the first turn. Under the Plum Bridge, into the LMR Tires first turn. Let's see, 3 numbers with a 19. I think that's Joe LaCapra, the 514 out of Bristol, Connecticut, with the whole shot. As they enter the head of the dragon. Bring it around. Here we are at the Fuel Factory launch onto the dragon's back. And this is 65, 10, 11. The 65, 7, 9 just taken off. New leader on a gas. 25 riders in this second class out here. This is the battle for third. Oh, he saves it. Looks like he stalled on the inside jump. There's your leader around the pond turn. Second through fourth, there's the battle as they head up to the MX6 Racing Triple-Double. You can see the new camping area in the back there. A lot of screed from somewhere out here in western Pennsylvania as they level it off and make a big camping area. Always a favorite spot. Our riders make their way around there. Nice battle. That's second and third as they split the lines. Let's watch that top line. Right about there is a big dip. No, he makes it clean. That's a beautiful line. There's our leader coming across the Pro Action finish line, gets the green flag, and we are underway. And it's the 101 of Travis Bartley out of Sarver, Pennsylvania, the Steel City Men's Clinic, Siebel Auto Warehouse, Podium Works, Gas. Look at this. The 126 of Buono and the number 5 of Blair. Blair in third. Cornett, the 18 in fourth place. That's Levi Cornett. Fifth is the 514 Joe LaCapra. So Travis Bartley in the lead. Oh, in the 65.79, it's Dax Dingfeld, the Daxter. The number 404 is your leader in the 65.79. He made the jump up to 65s this year. So the Daxter with the lead. The 713 of Logan Slater second. Caverick Stewart, the 713X in third. Brad Gardner, the number 7 in fourth. That's in the 7 to 9 class. That's a new name, the Daxter, the serial racer. And look, there's our leader in second, so that's the 713 at the bottom of the screen, Buono at the bottom of the screen, the 101 of Travis Bartley headed up towards the MX6 as they round the pond turn. Now you can look at the pond. We got plenty of water for track watering. I don't think we're going to need that today. It's challenging in itself. And, of course, the big worry today is not to have a one-line track. Back to the leader. That's the 101 of Travis Bartley. That's not the leader. That's the 126 of Buono. Maybe he is the leader now. Tate Buono out of Latonia, Ohio on the Santon Electric, Jones and Roman, Youngstown Cycle and Speed, Major League Tire, Thomas Jerky, Valley Truck Outfitters, Fast Track Moto, FX Racing, 100% Motorsports, and Beaver Creek Cycle, Husqvarna. So the 126 of Buono in the lead, the 101 of Bartley just behind him, so he made the pass. And Travis Bartley, the 101, in second now, under the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR Tires first turn. The Daxter, Dax Dingfeld, the 404 is your leader in the 65.7-9. The 713 of Logan Slater in second. The 713X of Caverick Stewart in third. Bradley Gardner, the number 7 in fourth. Zayden Reicher, the 65, rounds out the top 5. 25 riders in that 65.7-9. There's the 126. Tate Buono out of Latonia, Ohio. There's the 101 of Bartley in second. and the number 5 of Blair as we watch them head down the Himmler downhill. Around that Himmler chicane and heading down to the pond turn. Of course, they've got traffic they got to make it through now, so not as easy. That's 126 of Buono. Look at this on the outside. That could be the 713 of Slater as he makes his way up through that MX6 triple-double. Around the Honda Bowl turn, headed towards the Team Green triple. There's the leader. That's Tate Buono as he heads across the Caterpillar off camber. Makes the turn, heads down towards that Pro Action finish line. That's on the bottom of the screen, and see the second through fifth. There's the white flag, 1 lap to go for Tate Buono. And it looks like Lappin, the 344 rider, has taken the lead over Dax Dinkfeld. So the Daxter in second place, 713 of Slater in third, 713X of Caverick Stewart in fourth, and Bradley Gardner, the number 7, rounds out the top 5 in that 7 to 9 class. As we watch Buono. There's Buono, the 126. As he heads down the Himmler downhill. The bowl turn has a nice 2 lines here. If you go to the inside, you get a jump. If you go to the outside, you get a nice bowl turn. Of course, as wet as it is, it's very technical. You can't just rail the outside today. Just not happening. Maybe you could in the A classes, but outside is quite the run for these guys today as they head down to the pond turn. Travis Bartley, the 101 in second. Cameron Blair, the number 5 in third. Here's our leader. Brings it out of the Caterpillar off camber, and here he comes to the Pro Action finish line. Tate Buono taking the win on the Santon Electric Jones & Roman Youngstown Cyclone Speed Major League Tire Tommy's Jerky Valley Outfitters Fast Track Moto Husqvarna. Travis Bartley will come in second out of Sarver, Pennsylvania. Third will be the number 5 of Cameron Blair. Fourth, the number 18 of Levi Cornett. Fifth, the 520 of Keegan Lerman. Cornett has snuck up into third place. Cameron Blair in fourth. Keegan Lerman rounds out the top 5. In the 65 7 to 9, Dax Dinkfeld gets back around and takes the win. Logan Slater second, Caverick Stewart in third, Bradley Gardner in fourth, Tucker McCure in fifth. Not. Scratch that. Jackson Lappin takes the win. The Daxter in second, Logan Slater in third, Caverick Stewart in fourth, Bradley Gardner fifth. stats having a hard time keeping up with it. 25 riders in the 65, 7 to 9. That says a lot for the future of racing here in Western Pennsylvania, and very proud of that. A lot of guys moving up from the 50 class into the 65s this year. And, you know, it's funny, it's hard to learn to use that clutch, but once you do, you find out it's, oh my God, this is so much faster. So here we go, race number 5, the plus 45 and 250C. 28 entries in the 250C. In the plus 45, the 23 of Roy Wibble, the 33X of Jared Gauntz, the 852 of Brad Coulter, and the 930, Galen Dixon. I know Galen. Many years racing. In the 250C, the number 1 of Cole Tunstall, the 3 of Bobby Malloy, the 4 of Trip Sharp, the 6 of Jaden Smeltzer, the 08 of Corden Placci, the 15 of Ethan Jarvis, the 19 of Braden Huff, the 23 of Cole Smith, the 23X of Ashton Roundsley, the 25 of Gabe Clark, the 28 of Joey Quinn, the 29 of Talon Vermillion, the 42 of Brayson Richard, the 44 of Jace Eicher, the 45 of Chloe Heater, oh, good name, out there on a heater, the 122 of Jesse Stover, 128 of Andrew Calley, the 142 of Colton Wetchin, the 196 Rowan Schaefer, the 222 of Andrew Yaskul, the 259 of Lucas Lakorchik, the 289 of Scotty Lubozinski, the 355 of Ethan Jarvis, the 413 of Landon Buchanan, the 508 of Ryder Mulligan, 708 of Caleb McDonald, the 997 of Max Schauer, and the 999 of Cameron Hackett. On the line, the Jones and Roman newly improved grid start. We went from concrete to a grid with big thanks out to Steve Roman and Mad Mike Jones for setting this track a world apart from everybody else in motocross with that grid start, changing the concrete where you would spin and suddenly hook up to a real motocross track. Here we go. The one is up, turning sideways, and we are about to get underway, and it's the 250C out first. 28 entries into the first turn, and looks like the 45 of Chloe Heater out of Connellsville, Pennsylvania. We're going to take a look. Ooh, rider down there in that LMR first turn. LMR Tire, proud sponsor of the Pleasure Valley Raceway, earning the first turn honors. And let's see, that looks like the number 6. That's Jaden Smeltzer out of Shalakta, Pennsylvania on the Smeltzer's Heating and Cooling Husqvarna. Down that long Himmler downhill. Gas in second. Of course, this is 250C. Anything could happen. And trust me, it probably will. But Jaden Smeltzer, he just wants to disappear. Up over that MX6 Racing triple-double. And look at the lead he is putting out there already. Like I said, though, it ain't over until the fat lady warbles. Up over the Team Green triple and into the Caterpillar off camber. Jaden Smeltzer, the pride of Shalakta, Pennsylvania. Down that finish straightaway, gets the green flag at the Pro Action finish line. 25 of Gabriel Clark out of Washington, Pennsylvania in second. Third is the 196 of Rowan Schaefer out of Katanning, Pennsylvania. Fourth, the 128 of Andrew Calley out of Hubbard, Ohio. Fifth is a 142 of Colton Wetchin out of Acme, Pennsylvania. There's our leader, Smeltzer. You can see the gap he has over the number 25 of Gabriel Clark and Rowan Schaefer just coming onto the screen there on the Honda. Down that Himmler downhill, Jaden Smeltzer on the number 6 Husqvarna. There's our leader. You see second and third. So Clark putting the charge on the second lap. So Gabriel Clark making himself known there. Rowan Schaefer just behind him as they come up through the MX6 Racing triple-double. So Smeltzer, Clark, as you see him head down into the valley towards that Honda Bowl turn. They make the turn, head towards the Team Green triple. The turn at the top, we've got a battle for the lead in this 250C class. As they head towards that Pro Action finish line. Lap number 2 coming in the books. Smeltzer, Clark, Schaefer, Callie, Wetchen, and Shire. That's your top 6. Under the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LML tires. First turn. Gabriel Clark, you can see, keeping the pressure on Jaden Smeltzer as they head down to the head of the Dragon. And that Fuel Factory launch right there. Here we go. Here comes the charge. Gabriel Clark making the moves. They head towards that Himmler downhill. Jaden Smeltzer just ahead of him. Let's see if they switch it up. Not. Smeltzer goes to the inside, Clark to the outside, and Smeltzer slams the door shut as they exit that bowl turn down to the pond turn. Turn at the bottom. Let's see if Gabriel Clark can make a charge as they head up over the MX6 Racing triple-double. Still the same gap. Gabriel Clark right there. Trying to keep the pressure on, see if he can get a slip up by Jaden Smeltzer, the leader, up over the top of the Team Green triple. And they're coming up on traffic as they come through the Caterpillar off camber. Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar, proud sponsor of our series. White flag is out, 1 lap to go for Jaden Smeltzer and Gabriel Clark as they head into some traffic, headed over the Dunlop Tunnel, under the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR Tires first turn. Gabriel Clark saw the white flag. It's like, come on, dude, let's go. We got to get this going here. Rowan Schaefer is in third. Trip Sharp, the number 4 in fourth. Andrew Callie, the 128 in fifth. Colton Wetchen, the 142 in sixth. Max Schauer, the 997 in seventh. Carson Placci, the 08 in eighth. Jesse Stover, the 122 in ninth. And Joey Quinn, the number 28 on the Husqvarna, rounds out the top 10. That top 10 rundown brought to you by 5 Star Power Sports. Down the Himmler downhill they go. You see first and second there. Smeltzer and Clark going at it. In the plus 45, Galen Dixon is your leader, the 930. Jared Gons, the 33X in second. And Roy Wibble, the number 23 in third. Oh, and the leader goes off the side of the track. And I tell you what, Gabriel Carter, Clark, he just looked at it like, dude, where are you going? I'm not following you. He slowed down enough that the gap stays there. Smeltzer's still in the lead. 250C class. Gabe Clark is probably kicking himself in the tush saying, why? Why did I slow down? I could have had it there. That was the chance I needed. Here we go. Through the cat off camber. Smeltzer wisely slides up to block so Clark can't get a run. Good defensive move. Smeltzer brings it down that finish line straightaway to the Pro Action finish line and takes the win over Gabriel Clark in second. But that's okay. Gabriel Clark looking at, that's all right. 2-1 beats a 1-2. Rowan Shaver, the 196, will be third. Trip Sharp, the number 4, in fourth. Max Shirer, the 997, will round out the top 5. Galen Dixon will take the win in the plus 45 with Jared Gantz, the 33X, in second, and the 23 of Wibble in third. I love Western Pennsylvania in the springtime. It's race season. Finally, the long winter is over. Although you couldn't tell by the temperature. You look at the flagger. As hard as he's working, he's still all covered up. MXTire.com, bringing you the Dunlop tires you need for this kind of track. So our view at the Pro Action finish line, and now down to the Jones and Roman starting line with the 250 All-Stars on the line. That is A and B class. The 120 or the 214 of Briar Stesick out of Colliers, West Virginia on the Kawasaki. The 559 of Joe Shipley from Indiana, Pennsylvania on the Kawasaki. And the 731 Stevie Roman Jr. out of Export, PA. In the 40 plus A class, the number 1 of Chris Shoemaker, out of Great Cacapon, West Virginia. The only rider out there in the 40 plus A. But the All-Stars, like I said, Steve Roman, probably out of 12 out of 17 races, he is the Iron Man. Now, as we look at that MX Tire trailer, and of course the Jones and Roman start line, the grid just doing a great job changing things up. And here we go. Into the first turn. Let's take a guess on who's going to get the whole shot there. No, that's a red bike. Oh, it's Joe Shipley. Joe Shipley out of Indiana, Pennsylvania on the Applegate MX Parts, MX Tire, PR2, Jones & Roman, Callis Adept, Reggie B. Kawasaki. Says Kawasaki, but that looks like a Honda to me. He was on a Honda yesterday, so let's assume he's on a Honda today. Stevie Roman saying Briar Stesick in third. No, that's Stesick up in third. Oh, we'll see. I saw 3 numbers, but I almost guarantee it's Steve Roman. Chris Shoemaker in the 40 plus A class. Steve Roman trying to earn back some of that money and to get some valued seat time. His hometown track as they come up over the MX6 Racing triple doubles. Shipley in the lead. I talked to his dad this morning. He said that Joe's going to try the obviously the Northeast area qualifiers and regional, but he said he's also going to try the North Central. So he wants to go out and check it out there rather than head to the Southeast. So area qualifiers all clicking in now as we look at Joe Shipley out of Indiana, Pennsylvania in the leaders. Briar Stesick, the 214 in second. Steve Roman, the 731 in third. You can see the gap that the 2 Kawasaki's have right there. So Briar Stesick and Steve Roman there. Roman may just be hanging back to check out some different lines there for Briar Stesic. Stesic on the Jones and Roman MX School MX Tire Bebops meets nextlevelperformance.com. Kawasaki, Steve Roman on the Hillview Motorsports MX Tire PR2 FXR Scott Dunlop Fuel JRMX Fast Track Moto Sokol Performance Department of Power Kawasaki. And there he is, Joe Shipley. And you see Briar Stesic, Steve Roman there as they come up through the chicane down to the pond turn. So Schumacher, the number 1 rider, leading in the 40 plus A. Of course, he's also second and third. He's the only person out there in the 40 plus A. But that's okay. If, he's getting the win. Trophies and scars tell all of the story. There's Joe Shipley. Joe switching it up to Honda this year. As he gets through the Caterpillar off camber, brings it in for lap number 2. In the 250 All-Star. Oh, Stevie Roman now taking over second place. So we see under the Plum Bridge, there is your leader. There is Steve Roman in second as they head into that LMR tire first turn. And the fans are going nuts. Down to the head of the dragon, up over the Fuel Factory launch. Steve Roman now setting his sights on Joe Shipley. And that would be age and wisdom trying to overcome youth and skill. Of course, not that Steve Roman doesn't have skill. Right now, I think he's set his sights there just to start pushing on Joe Shipley. Well, of course, one of his students. But he'll watch his lines, and also, it also helps when you have the teacher behind you. The teacher can tell you what you should or shouldn't be doing. Around the pond turn is the second place. That's Steve Roman as he heads up towards the MX6 Racing Triple Doubles. Textbook form there. There's Joe Shipley around the Honda Bull turn, up over the Team Green Triple. Makes the turn, the left-hander, and up into the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. There's our third place rider up over the Team Green Triples. Briar Stesic out of West Virginia. Our leader Joe Shipley up over the Dunlop Tunnel, headed towards the Plum Contracting Bridge. You see Stevie Roman closing in there. Next time around, the white flag should come out. And Shipley's riding around there going, up, here he comes. You see the gap as they head towards that Fuel Factory launch. Roman watching the lines ahead of him. And of course, as the teacher, he's like, let's see, that part worked. I'll adapt to that one. Let's see if that one didn't work for him. I caught up a little bit on that one. So down the Himmler downhill. Student leading the teacher. Shipley, a couple dabs there, up through the chicane, down towards the pond turn. 1.5 laps left. Roman setting his sights as they head up towards that MX6 Racing Triple Double. Student and teacher. Teacher's catching up. Here we go through the Honda Bowl turn and towards the Team Green Triple. Still a double today. Not quite getting the speed there. Let's see the different lines as they come across that Caterpillar off camber. Stevie stays up towards the top side of that, and look at the gap he made up. Good line, Steve Roman. As they head down, the white flag comes out, and side by side, coming across that Pro Action finish line, over top of the Dunlop Tunnel, head towards the Plum Bridge. Joe Shipley gives a double look. He knows he's there. He's like, come on, Stevie, let's go. Bring it on, brother. Yeah, the battle's on. I see Kawasaki is back to making a two-stroke this year. So Kawasaki, and I think it is, oh! And it looks like Steve Roman went down. No, that was Shipley. Nope, it isn't. That was Steve Roman that went down. Oh boy. Where did they get back to the trailer on that one? And Briar Stesic is looking up going, what? How did I make up that much time? Joe Shipley down to the bottom of the Himmler downhill. There you see Stesic closing on him. Shipley coming up over the MX6 Racing triple doubles. Around the top. Into the Honda Bowl turn. And out to the Team Green triples. Makes that left-hander. Across the Caterpillar off camber. And down that long straight to take the checkered flag at the Pro Action finish line. Joe Shipley with the win. Briar Stesic, the 214, will come in second. Steve Roman in third. And the winner in the 40 plus A is the number one of Chris Shoemaker. Race number 7, College Boy 1624, plus 33 and plus 50. Here comes College Boy into the first turn. That's a 59 of Logan Hilliard out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on the gas. Also out there is the 3 of Bobby Malloy, the 20 of Alexis Huber, the 50 of Jaden McCurdy, the 66 of Blake Fisher, the 7-1 of Tyler Haggerty, the 768 of Cole Dillon, and the 961 of Jared Curry. As they head up over the Fuel Factory launch. Down the Himmler downhill they go. Oh, what a battle. Up the MX6 Racing triple-double, side by side. What a battle. Logan Hilliard now in second place. Kawasaki taking over the lead. And hard time seeing the numbers. If they have any numbers at all, it's just on the front plate. It could be Joe Curry or it could be Bobby Malloy. He's the leader, the Kawasaki, bringing it into the Pro Action finish line, gets the green flag, and we are underway in race number 7. And it's still showing the 59 of Hilliard, but I know he's in second, so the Kawasaki. Third is the 66 of Fisher. That's Blake Fisher out of Coraopolis, Pennsylvania. Jaden McCurdy, the 50 in third. Tyler Haggerty, the 701 in fourth. Joe Curry, the 961 in fifth. So that's got to be Bobby Malloy out of Dunbar on the Tremba and Kenny Malloy's Garage, Malloy Development Kawasaki in the lead. I'm sure the stats will catch up with it. I actually know it's showing Squibb as the leader in College Boy. So there's your leader. TJ Squibb on the Kawasaki in the lead. Not on my sheet, so I apologize for that. Second place is the 59 of Logan Hilliard. Down around the pond turn, headed up towards the MX6 Racing triple-double. The 66 of Blake Fisher in third on the Husqvarna. Jaden McCurdy, the 50 on the KTM in fourth. And Tyler Haggerty, the 701 on the KTM in fifth. So TJ Squibb working his way through here. In the 30-plus C, Christopher Guter, the 525 is your leader. Jake Reimer, the 52 in second. Nathan Puzak, the 65 in third. Here's your third-place rider. That is the 66 of Blake Fisher. There's your leader up over the Pro Action finish line. Makes the turn over the Dunlop Tire Tunnel and under the Plum Contracting Bridge into the LMR Tires first turn. Welcome to everybody to the RMGSports.net live stream broadcast right here at Pleasure Valley Raceway. Big changes this year. It's free. It is free. Our sponsors, as you see on the upper right-hand scroll, are sponsoring this for free, and you get to watch it right here. And if you're watching it later on YouTube, it's a recap of the race that you ran today. TJ Squibb leading in the College Boys 1624. It's race number 7, First Moto, as he heads down the Himmler downhill. And of course, today's event is brought to you by Tom's Cycle, Indiana, Pennsylvania's largest power sport dealer. And big thanks out to Justin at Tom's Cycle for bringing this event to you today. TJ Squibb through the Honda Bowl turn up over the Team Green triple. And of course the track naming is all of the sponsors that brought this to you. There's the gap between first and second as TJ Squibb and the Logan Hilliard, the 59. White flag comes out, 1 lap to go. College Boys 1624, 30-plus C and plus 50. And in the plus 50, Galen Dixon, the 930 is your leader. Ralph Bentley, the 5X in second. And the 18, Matt Sempa in third. In the 30-plus C, the 525 of Chris Guter is your leader. The 52, Jake Reimer, second. Nathan Puzak, the 65 in third. Fourth is Ryan Kukaruda. Oh, love that name now. Tiffany Finala, good job for her. The 32 riding in 5th place in that 30-plus C. There's our leader, TJ Squibb, coming through some lappers here at the tail of the Dragon. Makes a turn in that off camber and down the Himmler downhill. Hilliard had the whole shot, and right there in that bowl turn is where TJ Squibb made his move, took over the lead, and hasn't looked back since. Hilliard trying to get around that lapped rider. as they head up the MX6 Racing triple-double. TJ Squibb down in the valley so low. Brings it up through the Honda bull turn and into the Team Green triple. All right, we'll call it a double today. Oop, little bobble there. He almost lost it in that on-camber turn, heading into the Caterpillar off-camber. Brings it around, down that long straight, towards the Pro Action finish line and the checkered flag. So TJ Squibb taking the win in the College Boys 1624. The number 59, Logan Hilliard, in second. The number 50, Jaden McCurdy, in third. The 66 of Blake Fisher in fourth. And Cole Dillon, the 768, in fifth. In the 30-plus C class, Chris Gooder will take the win. The 52 of Jake Reimer in second. And third will be the number 65 of Nathan Puzak. In the plus 50 class, it will be Galen Dixon with the win. Race number 8 is coming to the line. Well, they're on the line. We're coming down to them. Oh, boy, the Micro 3 7 to 8 limited and the Micro 2 4 to 6 limited. And the Micro 3 limited, 26 riders. The 2 of Cole Sunday, the 16 of Wyatt Ziegler, the 17 of Roman Stiles, the 18 of Mitchell Shout, the 20 of Michael Titch, the 22 of Bo Guarino, the 30 of Tucker Jarrett, the 35 of Colson McGonigal, the 36 of Braden Burlew, the 36 of Cooper Mulholland, the 051 of Sonny Salandro, the 55 of Dustin Dumire, the 74 of Camden Vanala, the 80 of Cole Caldwell, the 100 of Nick Black, the 121 of Cash McKnight, the 152 of Daxon Skladovnik, the 161 of Oakley Harkins, the 164 of Hudson Utz, the 223 of Macy Work, the 333 of Bryson Wygriff, the 364 of Garrett Maurer, the 432 of Jake Burgee, the 811 of Bronson Waite, the 828 of Ryan Birmingham, and the 905 of Cameron Maturko. And here they come. The Yellow Jackets are on the track. And it looks like the 20 of Michael Titch out of Boyers, Pennsylvania on the Cobra with the hole shot. And 121, I think that's Cash McKnight of Lamont Furnace, Pennsylvania in second. Also on a Cobra. And out of all the bikes out there, there's only 4 KTMs. The rest are all Cobras. There's a couple KTMs out there. 4 KTMs. The rest are all Cobra, 1 gas. So 26 entries. Ooh. Hey, Jared, could you go down there and clean that screen? We got a little mud on the screen there. That or a fly. There he is. Here's your leader, Michael Titch, the number 20 out of Boyers, Pennsylvania on the Cobra, as he heads down that long Himmler downhill. Now, you thought they were working earlier. You look at these little guys on the 50s trying to make their way through. That track is deep now for them. The Micro 2s are behind them. Around the pond turn. Here we go. The rest of the class headed down that around the Himmler bowl turn there. You see the leader just went by. That's the gap over second place. Michael Titch ran yesterday, so he's got some idea of this track. Of course, he was on the littler bikes at that point. Hey, a big welcome back. Bud Little is back this year after a horrendous crash last year. Took out his bike, hit by a deer. And he was back and sang the national anthem this morning out there announcing again. We certainly appreciate the fact that he is among the living and back here at the motocross track that he loves so much. At second place, you see the leader, the number 20 of Titch. He's through the off-camera. Here's your second and third riders over the Team Green triple. And up over the Pro Action finish line. So Michael Titch, the number 20, in the lead up over the Dunlop Tunnel as you see him come under the Plum Contracting Bridge into the Elamar Towers first turn. So 164 of Hudson Utz in second on the gas. Third is the 100 of Nick Black on a Cobra. Fourth is the 36X of Braden Burlow. As you see our second place rider going through the Elamar Towers first turn. And there we are, the leader over the Fuel Factory launch, Michael Titch. You can see the gap as we wait for them to come around here. There's the number 20 of Titch, the leader. Micro 2, 4-6 limited, has yet to make it around on that first lap, at least to the finish line. Down that long Himmler downhill. We see Michael Titch. And now there's your second, third. That's the 164 Utz and the 100 of Black. You see the gap on them. Hudson Utz and Nick Black. Through the tail of the Dragon, headed towards the Himmler downhill. And let's see if you can see the difference in gap there. There's your leader at the bottom, Michael Titch. And he's headed up over that MX6 Racing triple-double. And already into the traffic of the Micro 2s. And it's the number 39 of Rivers Rice that is your leader in the Micro 2s. So your leader on the bottom there, Michael Titch, and you see Hudson Utz in second as he comes out of the MX6 Racing triple-double. Oh, a little steam coming off the bike there. I'm hoping that that's just a mud that was thrown up on the pipe and it doesn't have a problem. A lot of smoke out of there. And there he is, Michael Titch. Makes the turn, heads down that long straightaway towards the Pro Action finish line. Lap number 2 in the books now. Titch got a nice run yesterday on the littler 50s. Oh. Just having to get up and pick that bike up. Bad side of the jump as we see under the Plum Contracting Tunnel and the Titch going through the Elamar Towers first turn. And if you see that, there's your second and third battle. They just crossed the finish line. That's how the gap is. The 54 of Hudson Utz, or 164 of Hudson Utz, and the 100 of Nick Black. They've got a tight battle going. Here we are looking from the Fuel Factory launch at our leader as he approaches it and jumps onto the Dragon back. In the Micro 2, Nolan Rich in second. James Kingston Natalie, the 13 in third, and James Wenger, the 71 in fourth. And, of course, that's all behind the number 39 of Rivers Rice, your leader, all on Cobras. And that's Michael Titch. Headed down that Himmler downhill. As I said, these 50s, that is a deep and gnarly track for them. Inside line of the outside part of the turn. Down to the pond turn, marking the halfway point of the lap. Wisely splits that turn, gets around the lap rider. So Michael Titch riding very intelligently in this Micro 3 7 to 8. Micro 3, the new designation for the big 50s. And that should be the 164 of Hudson Utz, the 164 in second. Nick Black, the 100 in third, just back behind him. As he comes over that MX6 Racing triple-double. Look at that new camping area back there. Jeff's been busy this winter. If you look at the start line, the Jones and Roman start line where they put the new grid starts in, completely changing up the starts. You now have traction instead of spinning off the concrete into the dirt. Oh! And the white flag comes out, so and that should be the 20 of Michael Titch coming across there. White flag is out. Dad signals, come on, boy, keep it going. Up over the Dunlop Tunnel. And you see him coming up under the Plum Contracting Bridge to the Elementor Tire first turn. Squaring off that turn, trying not to get stuck in the ruts. Very wise racer for, let's see, let me look at that. 9 years old. He had more wisdom at 9 than I did at 16. Of course, then again, at 16, I was contending with high school and trying to figure out a shifter on a 125 Yamaha motorcycle. That 125 Yamaha, I rode it to school and I raced it too. So you'd ride to the racetrack. The biggest thing we had was a Pisani pipe. Put a Pisani pipe on a 125 Yamaha. Coolest thing in the world back then. Of course, that was 1974. Kind of old, huh? There he is, the number 20 Michael Titch. Headed down that Himmler downhill one last time in this Micro 2 4 to 6. Excuse me, Micro 3 7 to 8. See that? Squaring it off. Smart move. Don't get sucked up. Here he comes up over the MX6 triple-double. So it'd be the double-double, single-single. But on a 50, that's admirable. Up around that infield bowl turn, headed towards the Team Green triple, or single, single, single. Micro 3, that's saying something. And of course, the Caterpillar off camber wisely takes the bottom line there. And it's just one straightaway and 4 jumps to the finish. And Michael Titch, the number 20, out of Boyers, Pennsylvania on the curb, will take the win. Hudson Nuts, the 164 in second. Nick Black, the 100 in third. Cole Colwell, the number 80 in fourth. Garrett Murrer, the 364, rounds out the top 5. In the Micro 2, Rivers Rice, the number 39, will take the win. Nolan Rich, the 528 in second. James Wenger, the 71 in third. Kingston Natalie, the number 13 in fourth. And Grayson Sunday, the number 26, rounds out the top 5 in our Micro 2 4 to 6. And that's the gap, as you see. Hudson Nuts and Nick Black come through. Race number 9 is on the line. And this is probably the most fun bike you'd see out there today. The 125C class also have the plus 55 and the Clydesdale 250 plus. That's not 250 plus cc's on a motorcycle. That's 250 pounds to race the Clydesdale class. And I'm telling you, that's going to be a workout today. In the 125C class, the number 1 of Cole Tunstall, the 6 of Jaden Smeltzer, the 15 of Ethan Jarvis, the 25 of Gabe Clark, the 27 of Theron Garwood, the 28 of Joey Quinn, the 38 of Gage Maurer, the 42 of Brayson Richard, the 44 of Jace Eicher, the 49 of Chase Curry, the 52 of Skylar Bentley, the 69 of Spencer Freshwater, the 84 of Garrett Rosenberg, the 360 of Carter Tunstall, the 508 of Ryder Mulligan, 715 of Braden McIntyre, and the 999 of Cameron Hackett. And the plus 55 class, the 5 of Ralph Bentley. So Ralph and his son both racing, or his grandson, both racing in this same race number 9. The 18 of Matt Sempa, the 26 of Brian Semder, the 45 of Joe Goodsman, and the 930 of Galen Dixon. In the Clydesdale 250 plus class, the 9 of Braden Clyde, the 33 of Ben Kiefer, the 134 of Kirk Rogers, the 320 of Josh Coulter, the 558 of Chad Scheffler, and the 629 of Zebediah Scott. You know, they shouldn't give us the age of those guys. They should give us the weight. That's what we want to know. You know, to see if they qualify by being 250 pounds or more. Whoa, Nelly, we're down to the Jones and Roman start line. 125C class. We used to call that the Tiddler class, but, you know, I think here the 85s would be the Tiddlers. These guys, big wheels, a 19 rear and a 21 front. And boy, has that leaned it out there today. But plenty of clutch work and a lot of screaming motor will make for a fun 125C class. Let's see, the furthest drive for these guys. I got 2 riders from Ohio. That would probably be the furthest riders, the 27 of Theron Garwood and the 28 of Joey Quinn. Next would be next furthest 715 Braden McIntyre from Mount Clair, West Virginia. And a lot of Pennsylvania, but most of it out west here. So there's a live shot looking off the top of the tower. What a beautiful western Pennsylvania Sunday morning. Might have gotten up to about 40 degrees now. See the clouds? Looks like a little break in the clouds. A little bit of blue sky there, maybe. That or just a darker gray. Doesn't look like rain today, but certainly a cloudy day. Again, western Pennsylvania, how do you prepare? Well, let's see. I'll take shorts, a T-shirt, long pants, a long shirt, a hoodie, definitely a hoodie, a windbreaker, a rain suit, yes, sock cap, duckbill cap, and here we go. 125C into the first turn, race number 9. And it's the 42 of Brayson Richard on the Husqvarna. And he's immediately passed. So as they head down to the head of the Dragon, headed towards that fuel factory launch, the battle is for second through fifth, with a great battle there. Yeah, that's got to be mud on the screen, because that's certainly not a bug. Bug would have left by now. It's the number 25, Gabriel Clark out of Washington, Pennsylvania on the Yamaha. Sponsored by Tom Lute, Chuck Patterson Meatpacking, M2R, Kevin Gantz, Morgantown Motorsports, FMF, and Renthal on the Yamaha. And this is second through fifth here. What a battle they've got going. You see the leader down there rounding the pond turn. A Yamaha in second. And, of course, why put numbers on? Got electronic scoring up over the MX6 Racing triple-double. There's our second place. No, that's the first. That's the 25 of Gabriel Clark. He looks back over his shoulder. Up over the Team Green triple. And into the Caterpillar off camber. Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar, proud sponsor of our track right here at Pleasure Valley. They have made a world of difference with their equipment. You need that big equipment out here in western Pennsylvania. And here we come at the Pro Action finish line. Green flag is out, and we are underway. Gabriel Clark in the lead. The number 6 of Jaden Smeltzer on the Husqvarna in second. Theron Guard with the number 27 in third on the Yamaha. Fourth is Brayson Richard, the number 42 on the Husqvarna. And rounding out the top five, the number 52, Skylar Bentley on the KTM. Sponsored by Bentley's KTM. Ralph and the boys just doing it great out here. Tunstall, the 560 in 6. That's Carter Tunstall. Ryder McMulligan, the 508 in 7th. Ethan Jarvis, the 15 in 8th. Chase Curry, the 49 in 9th. And Braden McIntyre, the 715, rounding out the top 10 on the KTM. Down that long Himmler downhill, it's the 25 of Gabriel Clark. In the 55 plus, Galen Dixon in the lead. Ralph Bentley, the number 5 in second. And there is your number 6 rider, Jaden Smeltzer, on a Yamaha. It says Husqvarna, but I know for a fact that's a Yamaha. And, of course, it's 125C, so why bother putting numbers on it? There's your leader up through the Honda Bowl turn. Gabriel Clark up over the Team Green triple. Third place there is the number 27 of Theron Garwood as he heads through the Honda Bowl turn up to the Team Green triple. Almost a double. And, of course, into the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. There's Gabe Clark putting lap number 2 in the books. Jaden Smeltzer second, Theron Garwood third. As you look under the Plum Contracting Bridge, our leader, and you see the first and second gap there, headed into the LMR Tires first turn. Down to the head of the Dragon at point number 2 on the track. And here we are at the Fuel Factory launch. Down through the Dragon's Tail, our leader, Gabe Clark, makes the turn, heads through the Himmler downhill. Jaden Smeltzer second, Theron Garwood third, Skylar Bentley in fourth. Brayson Richard up into fifth now. Ryder Mulligan, the 5:08 and 6th. Carter Tunstall, the 3:60 and 7th. Ethan Jarvis, the 15 and 8th. There's our third place rider. That's Theron Garwood heading down the Himmler downhill. Through the chicane down to the pond turn. There's our leader coming through the Honda Bowl turn, headed towards the Team Green triple. We're double single today. That's okay. Track is shaping up nicely now through the Caterpillar off camber. Ooh. Back marker's getting in the way. White flag comes out. 1 lap to go for Gabe Carter on the Yamaha. Makes the turn up over the Dunlop Tunnel and towards the Plub Contracting Bridge. Of course, the LMR Tires first turn. There's your second place. That's Jaden Smeltzer. Smeltzer closing the gap now as they pull away from the third place of Theron Garwood and the fourth place of Skylar Bentley. Here we go, looking at the Fuel Factory launch as they come up through the Dragonback. There's your leader, going past a Clydesdale. Down that Himmler downhill. Gabe Clark accelerating. Love it. A 125 can make you look so good out there. Down around the pond turn. Half a lap left in this moto number 9. Race number 9, moto number 1. Up over the MX6 Racing triple doubles. Look at this. We've got a battle. Jaden Smeltzer putting the pressure on as they come through the bowl turn, headed up to the Team Green triple. Now let's see if Gabe Clark can hold him off. There's a lapper on the bottom. They both take the high section. Oh, look at this. Look at this. What a move. Jaden Smeltzer comes up underneath Gabe Clark side by side, and it is a drag race down the straightaway. Who's going to take it? Clark in the lead. Checkered flag. Clark will take the win. Jaden Smeltzer in second. He almost pulled it off in that Caterpillar off camber. Brazen Richard, the number 42, in third. Ryder Mulligan in fourth. Carter Tunstall in fifth. Back to the 55-plus class. Galen Dixon will take the win. Ralph Bentley second. Brian Semder in third. Joel Goodman in fourth. That's been the best race so far today. What a battle. Gabriel Clark with the win. Smeltzer second. Skylar Bentley third. Brazen Richard fourth. Ryder Mulligan in fifth. And all importantly, back to the Clydesdale. Josh Coulter, the 320 with the win. Kirk Rogers, the 134 in second. Ben Kiefer, the number 33 in third. And that is 750 pounds in the top 3 riders. At least based on the base measurement of 250 pounds. And what are you going to do after you win that race? You're going to go to the concession stand, get 3 cheeseburgers and 2 French fries to celebrate the win. If they had milkshakes, they'd take that too. I better shut up. I'm going to nothing but trouble. Here we go. Race number 10. Open A and 250B. And this should be a 5-lap race. We'll find out shortly. In the Open A, the 482 of Reed Miller out of Uniontown, Pennsylvania. The 731, Steve Roman Jr. out of Export, PA. And the 967 of Seth Huber And what a battle already. Top two riders, Steve Roman in second. There you see, there's your A-class, all three riders, as they come to the Fuel Factory launch. Huber in third, so that's Reed Miller and Steve Roman battling for the lead there. That's the 7:31 of Steve Roman in the lead as they head down the Himmler downhill. Got to be Reed Miller on a Kawasaki right behind him. Seth Huber, the 967, in third on the Yamaha. There's your top two there. And, of course, none of the numbers match. Oh, look at that move. Up over the MX6 triple-double. Stevie Roman, I believe, just taking the lead. Now that's Roman in second place. Roman takes the high line. I'm showing a 28. But we'll find out momentarily. Oh, what a battle. These guys are going at it. The 28 in the lead over top of the Dunlop Tunnel with Steve Roman in second. And that's saying TJ Squibb. So TJ Squibb. No, it isn't. It is the 214 of Stesic. No. I'm still showing Squibb. So Squibb the leader and Roman in second, Huber in third. I have those two in there. I'm supposed to have Reed Miller. He's not showing up. In the 250B, it's Briar Stesic in the lead. Joe Shipley in second. Austin Phelps in third. That's the 326 rider. Landon George, the 955 in fourth. Rocker Clark, the number 58 in fifth. So that is Squibb and Roman headed down around the pond turn. TJ Squibb up over the MX6 Racing triple-double. Stevie Roman just on the inside. What a battle we have here in this A-class. 200% payback. Here comes Roman up over the triple-double, or excuse me, the MX. Yeah. I'm so hung up on the MX6 Racing triple-double that I forget that the Team Green triple is just before the Cleveland Brothers Cat off camber. There's the proof right there. The 731 of Steve Roman in the lead. The number one of TJ Squibb in second, and the 967 of Huber in third. Into the LMR Tires first turn. TJ Squibb in the lead. There you see Roman in the lead, Squibb in second. Boy, I got my race all mixed up now. Steve Roman winning in the Open A as he heads down that Himmler downhill. I'll get my track map ready this time. You try talking all day. Around the pond turn. And now headed up to the MX6 Racing triple-double. Steve Roman. The Hillview Motorsports MX Tire PR to FXR Scott Dunlop Fuel JRMX Fast Track Moto Sokol Performance, Department of Power, Kawasaki. All right, and that is Briar Stesic, the 214 rider on the Jones and Roman School MX Tire Bebop meets Kawasaki out of Colliers, West Virginia. Behind him, the 559 of Joe Shipley on the Honda on the Applegate MX Parts MX2 MX Tire PR2 Jones and Roman Kawasaki. Well, it's not Kawasaki, this is a Honda. Briar Stesic doing a great job as he brings it in over the Pro Action finish line. Putting lap number 3 in there. White flag will be coming out next time around. Briar Stesic through the LMR Tires first turn. Joe Shipley just ahead of Austin Phillips. They've got quite a battle going there. There's our current leader, the 731 of Steve Roman down the Himmler downhill. Up through the chicane and down to the pond turn. There's your both leaders now. See Briar Stesic through the Himmler excavating turn to the base there, and you see Steve Roman headed up into the off camber. The Caterpillar off camber. Steve Roman brings her around. Should be a white flag coming out this time. There it is. Briar Stesic doing a great job leading in the 250B as we see Stevie Roman into the LMR Tires first turn. TJ Squibbs is still in second place. He's the number 1 ride in the Open A. And Seth Huber out of Bradford, Pennsylvania, 967 in third. Steve Roman up over the Fuel Factory launch, across the Dragon back, and into the tail of the Dragon. Makes the turn, and down that one more time on the Himmler downhill. Cole Lute now moved up into 4th place in the 250B, just behind the 3rd place of the 326 Austin Phelps, the 559 of Joe Shipley in second, and Briar Stesic still leading in the 250B. Stevie Roman up over the MX6 Racing triple doubles. Through the bold turn and up to the Kawasaki Team Green triple. Hey, the Travis Pastrana's Invitational is going to be the 27th and 28th of September this year. The Pro-Am World Challenge right here at Pleasure Valley. Welcome to the RMGSports.net production of the PAMX Spring Challenge. Race number 3, you see Stevie Roman taking the win. There is the number 1 of TJ Squibb in second, and the 967 of Huber bringing it in third. In the 250B, Briar Stesic will take the win. The 559 Joe Shipley in second. And the 326 of Austin Phelps in third. Cole Lute, the 209 in fourth. And fifth will be the 955 of Landon George. Race number 11, the 85 12 to 15, 85 9 to 11. 17 riders in the 12 to 15, 16 riders in the 85 9 11. As we get ready, you get an overview of the track. Beautiful day. Here we are into turn number one, the 85 12 to 15. And the looks like Jason Puzak, the number 38, with the whole shot. We'll have to check on that. Could be Trigger Harkins, the 308. There's your first and second over the Fuel Factory launch. First and second. What a battle we've got so far. Looks like a gas. Could be Keegan McDade, 334. All right, and here we go. Look at them side by side as they come through the chicane. And that could be Trigger Harkins now out of Brownsville on the Husqvarna. He had a great day yesterday. As they come over with the MX6 triple-double. There's your first and second. I believe that's Trigger Harkins over the Team Green triple. Up into the Caterpillar. Oh! Little bobble there, and the whole shot leader is now the leader again. That's your first three bikes as they head up to the Pro Action finish line. The green flag is out, and we are underway in this 85 12 to 15. And that is the 334 of Keegan McDade out of Edinburgh, Pennsylvania. Second is the 100 of Dalton Yaney out of Strattonville. Third is the 17 of Lenny O'Toole. Fourth is the 19 of Joe Fiedler, and fifth, the 922 of Jackson George. Down into the head of the Dragon. Makes a turn and heads towards the Fuel Factory launch. There's your top four riders. McDade, Yaney, O'Toole, and Fiedler. Cross the Dragon back. He's going to pay for that. Jumping on the red cross flag. That's immediately two positions, at least. But you know what? I'm not the referee. So Keegan McDade on the 334 is your leader as they come down to the pond turn. And up to the MX6 Racing triple-double. There's your first and second positions in the 85 12 to 15. Looking back on the 85 9 11, the 334 Jackson Lappin is your leader. The 101 of Travis Bartley in second. The Cameron Blair, the number 5 in third. Beckett Utz, the 164 in fourth. And Tate Bowano, the 126, rounds out the top 5. Here we are back to the first through third, and the 12 to 15, that's McDade, Yaney, and O'Toole through the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. So there's the 334 Lappin, the 101 of Bartley, and a lapper in there. Cameron Blair in third over the Dunlop Tunnel. And here we look under the Plum Contracting Bridge as they head to that LMR Tires first turn. There's your top three in the 85, 12 to 15. Tight battle as they head into this second lap. At the Fuel Factory launch at the head of the Dragon. And down the Dragon back they come. Keegan McDade leading in the 12 to 15. In the 85 911, Jackson lapping the leader. Travis Bartley in second, Cameron Blair in third. Here's our top two riders coming down the Himmler downhill. Keegan McDade out of Edinburgh, Pennsylvania. And the 100 of Dalton Yaney out of Stratton, Pennsylvania on the Dunlop Tire Husqvarna. As they head towards the Honda Bowl turn and towards the Team Green triple. Keegan McDade. Uh-oh. It looks like Yaney has taken over the lead. Let's see as they come through here. White flag is out. Yes, Yaney in the lead. McDade in second now. Up over the Dunlop tunnel. See if he can keep it. Little bobble by McDade gives Yaney the... Oh, and McDade goes down in the LMR Tires first turn. Here comes third place, so he is relegated to third position. Throws his goggles down. Can't see. And it's going to be hard to make a charge. There's our Fuel Factory launch, the leader of Yaney, pretty much insured. Watch out. Got a lapper there. He just has to ensure that he can keep that Dunlop Husqvarna on two wheels as he heads down that Himmler downhill. A gift by McDade. Was making a charge on him in the LMR Tires first turn, and he went down. So Dalton Yaney, with a half lap left in this race number 11, moto number 1, up over the MX6 Racing triple-double. Oh, like I said, got to keep the tire side down. Up over the Team Green triple and into the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. Makes the turn, and here he runs to the Pro Action finish line, and there is the checkered flag. And Dalton Yaney with the win. Let's see if it's going to be O'Toole, the number 17, or the 334 Keegan McDade. And it looks like it's going to be McDade in second. Lenny O'Toole in third. Not sure on that yet. Let's wait until the stats catch up with us. But McDade, a key bobble there. Well, two key bobbles. He was trying to get back around there. 85-911 to 344. Jackson Lappin will come in second. The 28 of Owen Salomon in third. And Cameron Blair will round out the top 3 on the number 5 KTM. Race number 12, the number 20 or plus 25 class and the plus 40 BC is come to that Jones and Roman starting line right behind the MX Tire trailer as they get ready. In the plus 25 class, the 09 of Charles Schropovich out of Seward, the 23 of Chaz Light out of Myerstown, the 268 Matt Bailey out of Berlin, the 482 Reed Miller out of Uniontown, the 611 of George Comadena out of Charleroi, the 731 Steve Roman out of Export, the 799 of Travis Weissner out of St. Mary's, the 824 of Corey Tomasek out of Clareton, the 837 of Brian Bernheimer out of Johnstown, and the 967 of Seth Huber out of Bradford. The 40 plus BC class. Up, here we go. Off the line they come. The plus 25. And it's Stevie Roman with the whole shot. Let's see who we have in second here. 268 of Matt Bailey in second. So 2 Kawasaki's to start this off here. And the Fuel Factory launch shows our plus 25 class. Plus 25 is the usual first stepping stone into the vet classes for the pros, kind of designed that way, as most of them aren't allowed in the sportsman classes until you get up to 40 plus. But Steve Roman making that open Kawasaki bark as he rounds the pond turn, heads up to the MX6 Racing Triple Double. Steve's been out there enough times already. He's knows the track intimately now. Winning in the A class. And I hear the 40 plus BC getting their start. Steve Roman brings it down that finish line straightaway and heads to the Pro Action finish line to get the green flag. We are underway. The 967 of Seth Huber in second place. In the plus 25 class, the 268 of Matt Bailey in third. Fourth is the number 23 of Chaz Light. Fifth, the 09 of Charles Harapovich. Sixth, the 799 of Travis Weissner. Seventh is the 837 of Ryan Burmeister. And eighth, the 824 of Corey Tomasek. Steve Roman at the tail of the dragon makes his turn. Heads down the Himmler downhill. And already catching up to the 40 plus BC. Up through the chicane, down to the pond turn. There's your second place rider, the 967 of Seth Huber. And you can see the gap that they have now. Matt Bailey, the 268, not even showing up as Seth Huber heads up to the MX6 Racing Triple Double. Up over top of the Team Green Triple, Stevie Roman. in for lap number 2 in the plus 25 class. Steve Roman in the lead. Seth Huber second, Matt Bailey in third. The 23 of Chaz Light in fourth. Charles Shrapovich, the 09 in fifth. Into the Elmore Towers first turn. Steve Roman already picking his way through the 40 plus BC back riders. So in the 40 plus BC, Brad McClellan is your leader. Jared Gantz, the 33X in second. Chris Newth, the 123 in third. Jake Reimer, the 52 in fourth. And Rick Salandro, the number 55, rounds out the top 5. Steve Roman, round 1 of the 40 plus BC back riders, back markers. Heads down the Himmler downhill. RMGsports.net, proud to have you here. We welcome you to his third round of the PAMX Spring Series Championship. And right now we're on race number 12, moto number 1. Steve Roman in the lead as he comes up the MX6 Racing triple-double. Plenty of lappers to wade through. Kind of like slalom racing and skiing at this point. Instead of poles, you have bikes. I think the poles would be much safer. Up over the Kawasaki Team Green triple and into the Caterpillar off camber. He'll bring it around into that long finish line straightaway to put lap number 3 in. Let's see if we get a white flag. Yes, white flag comes out. 1 lap to go for Steve Roman. Up over the Dunlop Tunnel. And as you see him come under the Plum Contracting Bridge into the Elmore Tires first turn. Steve Roman and Mad Mike Jones. Again, one of the best schools on the East Coast, definitely in this region. They put the grids on the concrete start this year, and of course that earns them with the naming of the Jones and Roman starting line for 2025. Again, big thanks to them. A lot of people having a hard time learning how to spin the tire to get into the dirt there. A lot of people would shut it off as soon as they hit the dirt, or the bike would shut off, just not enough RPMs. So the grid gives them plenty of traction on the start that they can launch into the dirt as they come up the uphill into the first turn. Steve Roman, textbook ride there on his standing up as he heads up towards the MX6 Racing triple-double. Of course, when you're the teacher, you better put it out there correctly, because every one of your students is critiquing this, as will Steve, because he's going to watch this later. So now RMGsports.net giving you free access to the riding on YouTube. So you're not only watching it live here now, you can also watch it later on YouTube, so you can do the critique yourself. Steve Roman putting him on the drills there for stand-up riding. Checkered flag is out, and Steve Roman with the win on that. Hillview Motorsports MX Tire PR2 FXR Scott Dunlop Fuel JRMX Fast Track Moto Sokol Performance Department of Power FMF KMS Heating and Cooling Kawasaki. The 967 of Seth Huber in second, the 268 of Matt Bailey in third, the 799 of Travis Weissmer in fourth, and Ryan Bernheimer, the 837 in fifth. In the 40 plus BC, Brad McClellan, the number 21 on the Husqvarna, takes the win. Jared Gantz, the number 33X on the Suzuki in second. Chris Newth, the 123 Yamaha in third. Jake Reimer, the 52 Honda on fourth. And Rick Salandro, the number 55 Yamaha, rounds out the top five. Race number 13. Oh, here we go. It's time for the best of the best in the youth class, the Super Mini 12 to 16. Race number 13. Look at that. The sun is out. We've got shadows. Life is good. It's finally warming up down here in western Pennsylvania. I say down here. I live in Florida. Rude awakening this weekend. It's cold up here. So race number 13, Super Mini, 12 to 16 on the line. The number 10 of Jaden Wilkerson, the 17 of Lenny O'Toole, the 19 of Joe Fiedler, the 69 of Spencer Freshwater, the 94 of Bennett Weiss, the 100 of Dalton Yaney, the 108 of Carton Winters, the 308 of Trigger Harkins, the 334 of Keegan McDade, the 825 of Bradley Wright, and the 922 of Jackson George. 17 races today. And this is race number 13 in our first round. Super Mini 12 to 16 on the line. We see the 2 card up, checking down the line, make sure all those racers are ready. At the Jones and Roman start line. All those riders poised on that card. Good to hear Bud Little up there in the tower. Horrific crash with a deer last year. Totaled his Moto Guzzi. There's the 1 card, is up, turned sideways, and here we go. Super Mini 12 to 16. And it looks like the 334 of Keegan McDade out of Edinburgh with the whole shot. At the LMR Tires first turn. I believe that's Bradley White that threw it down there. Here we go at the Fuel Factory launch. And Keegan McDade, who had a great start in the 85 12 to 15 and didn't quite get through there. But he's in there now. There's your top 5 racers right there. McDade look over his shoulder. It looks like the 17 of Lenny O'Toole out of Springdale in second. There's your top 3 riders coming down that Himmler downhill. McDade in the lead. Oh, and he upends it, takes him and the second place rider out. So third place now takes over the lead. McDade, oh, what a heartbreaker there. He and O'Toole both go down in that Himmler bowl turn. I don't think that's PG words coming out of his mouth right now as he makes it around the pond turn. There's your leader, and it's the 100 of Dalton Yaney. And oh my goodness, it's deja vu all over again. Yaney and McDade were racing in the last race. Yaney taking the win over McDade, and it's all over again. As we look at this is the battle for second. And I think that's the 17, Lenny O'Toole. And that may be McDade that just passed him as they come to the start or finish line. No, that is Bennett Weiss. So Yaney is in the lead. That's the 94 of Weiss and the 308 of Harkins in third as they come under the Plum Contracting Bridge. There's the 94 Yaney. And 308 of Harkins takes a look over his shoulder through the LMR tires first turn and down towards the head of the Dragon. There's your leader at the Fuel Factory launch. Here's second, third, and fourth as they head towards Fuel Factory launch. Yaney, Weiss, Harkins, Fiedler, McDade, George, O'Toole, Wilkerson, Freshwater, and Wright rounding out the top 10. That brought to you by MX6 Racing. Dalton Yaney given a big gift there. And here is Bennett Weiss and Trigger Harkins headed down the Himmler downhill. You see the second and third racers right there in the bowl. There's your fourth place of Joe Fiedler on the gas. Keegan McDade, who had the whole shot, back in fifth now. Let's see how long he's going to stay back there. That's second, third, and fourth. And, of course, down at the bottom is the leader, Dalton Yaney. So, split screen shot. And it looks like Harkins may have made a move on Weiss there, taking over second position. You see first, second, third. And there is the Team Green triple. Yaney out of the Caterpillar off camber, headed down that long straightaway towards the Pro Action finish line. Lap number 2 getting printed in the papers as we speak. Bennett Weiss, let's see if he can hold on to it. There's our leader coming under the Plum Contracting Bridge into the LMR tires first turn. Bennett Weiss, the 94 now in second. Joe Fiedler, the 19 in third. Trigger Harkins in fourth, the 308 rider. Keegan McDade showing in fifth right now. Oh! That's a bite to the bars. That hurts as he comes into that LMR tires first turn. Oh, and there's our leader down. Leader's down. Yaney picks up the bike, and he will be passed. So Weiss, the 94, will take over. Looks like Yaney will keep second. No, he goes off to the side. He's got to get his head on straight. So the 94 of Weiss now in the lead. Fiedler in second, Harkins in third, McDade in fourth. Let's see how long McDade is going to stay back there. That's our second place rider. Second and third of Fiedler and Harkins. Oh, my goodness. Face full of bar pad. Look at this battle. This is for second. That is Fiedler and Harkins now up over the MX6 Racing triple-double. Here's our leader. That is Bennett Weiss, the number 94, up over the Team Green triple. You can see him at the top and at the bottom. There's our battle for second of Fiedler and Harkins. Weiss through the Caterpillar off camber. And down the straightaway. White flag is out, 1 lap to go. Bennett Weiss, your leader. Fiedler and Harkins, second and third. As he comes over the Dunlop Tunnel, under the Plum Contracting Bridge, and into the LMR tires first turn. So Trigger Harkins in second, Joe Fiedler in third. Let's see if McDade, yes, McDade makes it up into fourth now. Lenny O'Toole, the 17, back into fifth. Dalton Yaney, let's see if he can hold on and... No, he doesn't. Jackson George takes over sixth place. Wilkerson will come in seventh. White flag is out, last lap. There's Bennett Weiss. on the Moose Elite Morgantown Power Sports Guts Racing Podium Works Nihilo 60 KTM, the pride of Washington, Pennsylvania, as he's coming down through the Himmler downhill. Harkins and Fiedler in a battle for second. Trigger Harkins in second, Joe Fiedler in third. There's our leader coming up through the MX6 Racing triple downhill or triple double. Bennett Weiss on the KTM up over the Team Green triple. Last time, at least in this moto. It's like, dude, I'm not sure how I got it, but I'll take that gift. Brings it down the long straight to the Pro Action finish line, and there waits the checkered flag. So Bennett Weiss with the win. Trigger Harkins second, Joe Fiedler third, Keegan McDade in fourth, Lenny O'Toole fifth, Jackson George sixth, Dalton Yaney in seventh, Brad Wright in eighth, Jaden Wilkerson ninth, Spencer Freshwater rounds out the top 10. Race number 14, 30 plus or 35 plus is on the line. Race number 14, the number 5, Chris Yothers, the 134, Kirk Rogers, the 611 of George Comadena, the 731 of Steve Roman Jr., the 841 Rocky Stone King, the 916 of Nathan Kronk, and the 930 of Galen Dixon. And the card is sideways for race 14. Here we go in the 35 plus class. Stevie Roman right there, and look at this. He's getting beat into the first turn. It's 916 of Nathan Kronk out of Waynesburg. Stevie Roman in second. As they head into the head of the dragon. They'll make the turn at the bottom there and up to the Fuel Factory launch. Nathan Kronk in the lead. Nathaniel Kronk out of Waynesburg on the Roundhouse Power Sports Kronk's Tree Service. Bell 100% fly guarantee. Bonzi suspension. Pro Taper. Achirby Pro Circuit. Dunlop. Throttle Syndicate. Kawasaki. Stevie Roman in second. Down the Hillman downhill. Kronk's loving this. As you see the first and second, Steve Roman to the inside. Kronk rail on the outside. Through the chicane, down to the pond turn. And up the MX6 Racing triple-double. Here's Stevie Roman making a charge on the inside. Kronk on the outside. And Stevie Roman makes the pass. Kronk now in second. And look at this. Yeah, it's like Kronk, I'm not letting off. Oh, okay, little bobble there. So, yeah, okay, you got me. As Stevie Roman comes over the Team Green triple up into the Caterpillar off camber. And down that long straight to put the first lap in the books. Green flag is out. Steve Roman in the lead. No surprise there. Over the Dunlop Tunnel. And down to the Plum Contracting Bridge and the Elmore Tires first turn. Nathan Kronk. Through the Elmore Tire first turn. And there we see Steve Roman over top of the Fuel Factory launch. Galen Dixon, the 930, in third place. Fourth is the number 134 of Kirk Rogers. There's your second place rider, Nathaniel Kronk, out of Waynesburg. Stevie Roman in the lead. Up around the chicane. Oh, little bobble there. Yeah, I guess he's a little tired. He's only been out there 5 times already. There's your third place. That is Galen Dixon, the 930, as he heads down the Himmler downhill. Through the outside line on the bull. And there we go. Over the team green is a team green rider, the 731 of Stevie Roman. Again, if you're just tuning in, welcome to the RMGsports.net broadcast of the third round of the PAMX Spring Series Championship right here at Pleasure Valley. And man, it is turning into a beautiful Western Pennsylvania spring day. Steve Roman through the LMR tires first turn. Nathan Kronk second. Galen Dixon third. Kirk Rogers fourth. And Chris Ruthers rounding out the top 5 on the number 5. So this is race number 14. 3 to go for our first round. We'll be starting back on motos number 2, race number 1 shortly. I'm sure they'll do a little bit of track maintenance as we get ready to go for the moto number 2s. And there we see split screen. Steve Roman on the bottom and Nathaniel Kronk on the top. And you can see the gap there. Kronk headed down the Himmler downhill. And Stevie Roman on the MX6 triple-double uphill. That's the gap in 4 laps. Steve Roman over the Team Green triple, headed into the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. And Steve Roman heads down the straightaway to the Pro Action finish line to get the white flag. 1 lap to go. 3 in for him in this 4-lap race over the Dunlop Tunnel, under the Plum Contracting Bridge, and into the LMR Tires first turn. I'm sure he's getting ready for the Pro-Ams to start up in this spring series. They should be coming shortly. Nathaniel Kronk still in second. Galen Dixon in third. Excuse me. Galen at 57 years old. Just 11 years younger than me. Of course, everybody is younger than me at this point. Stevie Roman through the chicane, headed down to the pond turn. That marks a half lap left in this final lap of the plus 35 class. I'm up over the MX6 Racing triple-double. triple double, no trouble. Sticking that inside line and up over the team green triple. Steve Roman down that long straight, 3 jumps, and the checkered flag at the Pro Action finish line. So race number 14 in the books. Steve Roman with the win, Nathaniel Kronk in second, Galen Dixon third, Kirk Rogers in fourth, and Chris Yothers rounding out the top 5. Race number 15 on the line. It is the 65 7-Eleven Open. And on the line, the number 5, Cameron Blair, the 7 of Brad Gardner, the 18 of Levi Cornett, the 22 of Bo Guarino, the 28/ of Bennett Smith, the 30 of Tucker Jarrett, the 59 of Jake Day, the 65 of Zayden Reicher, the 79 of Angelo Palumbo, the 101 of Travis Bartley, the 112 of Jackson Hockenberry, the 126 of Tate Bowano, the 173 of Ryder Bauer, the 344 of Jackson Lappin, the 404, the Daxter, Dax Dinkfeld, the 514 Joe LaCapra, the 520 of Keegan Lerman, the 530 of Dylan McDonald, the 612 of Tucker Mercure, the 713X of Caverick Stewart, the 713 of Logan Slater, and the 921 of Jax Maturko. They are on the line ready to go. 65-7 in race number 15 of 17 in this first round of motos at the PAMX Spring Championship, round number 3, right here at Pleasure Valley. A little bit of track maintenance going on. And we'll be back with you in just a few moments.
Johnstown's going through a lot of changes. Our community is turning into this outdoorsy town that's very welcoming. And our company at JWF Industries changing, looking at the progress we've made with high technology and a family atmosphere. If you're from Johnstown, stay here, see the opportunities. If you left Johnstown, come back and see the difference in our town, see the differences at JWF Industries, the technology, and a great future here. We're at JWF, we're all about faith, family, and country.
On or off the road, Honda builds it. You want it, and the new 5-star Power Sports Bedford County has got it. Conveniently located on Route 30, just across from the Bedford Everett Walmart. 5-star's got a huge selection of Honda bikes, quads, side-by-sides, and tons of parts and accessories. No one stocks more. 5-star Power Sports Bedford County.
5-star Power Sports. You were born ready for this.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
I'm Gavin Towers, Ride MX34.
I'm Drew Adams, Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
My name's Colin Humphrey, and I ride MX34.
My name's Adam Intignap, and I ride MX34.
Check out the all-new MX34 from Dunlop.
All-new MX34 from Dunlop.
Damian here, ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Justin Cooper, ride Dunlop MX34.
Josh Mora, ride MX34.
I'm Hunter Lawrence, ride Dunlop MX34.
Ride Dunlop MX34. I'm Hayden Deegan, ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Jet Lyons, Ride Dunlop MX34.
All right, and we are back. Today's event brought to you by Tom Cycle, Indiana, Pennsylvania's largest power sport dealer. So big thanks to Justin at Tom's Cycle in Indiana, Pennsylvania. On the line is the 65 7-Eleven Open. A little bit of track maintenance going on there. And we are back for race number 15 of 17. On the line, cards turned to one, going sideways, and here we go.
Here we go.
65 7-Eleven into the first turn. Oh, what a good move there. And it's the 404, the Daxter, Dax Dinkfeld, with a hole shot on that Dirt Bike Kids Minton Cycle PR2 MX Tire Scott Skull Candy Cobra out of Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania. Up over top of the Fuel Factory launch and onto the Dragon back. Dax Dinkfeld looking really sharp on the 65 this year. Glad to see him move up to a clutch class. He actually did this last year, but it was his freshman year into it. And now at the ripe old age of 10, he's really starting to look sharper on that clutch. But guess what? There are 21 other riders here that think that they can win this too. Here's the battle for third as they make their way around the pond turn. Successful pass there. Of course, even if they toned in a little bit, you can see our leader, Dax Dinkfeld, first and second, as they head up to the bowl turn. And there we have our battle for the lead. Up over the Team Green triple. And into the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. This is second and third as they head through the Caterpillar off camber. There's Dax. The Daxter taking the green flag. He is the leader, Dax Dinkfeld. Second is the number 6 of Cameron Blair. Third is the 344 of Jackson LePan. Fourth is the 101 of Travis Bartley. Into the LMR Tires first turn. And I think that's Lappin that we see there, Lappin and Blair. As they make their way around. There's your leader. Headed over the Fuel Factory launch. And there's the battle for second there, Blair and Lappin. Lappin and Blair. The 344 Lappin out of Northfield, Massachusetts. Battling with the number 5 of Cameron Blair out of West Sunbury. You see Dinkfeld down around the pond turn. There's your gap between first and third. Lappin tries the inside on Blair. Blair holds it on, and look at this. What a launch. Lappin takes over second as they come up the MX6 Racing triple-double. And a lapper holding them up a little bit as they come out of that bull turn and get to the Team Green triple there. The rider held them up both equally, though. The only one that benefits from that is the Daxter right there, Dax Dinkfeld. As he comes down that long straightaway to the Pro Action finish line, lap number 2 in the books now. Headed towards the Plum Contracting Tunnel, or bridge, overpass, into the Yellowmore Tires. First turn. Lappin now in second, Cameron Blair in third, Bartley in fourth, Levi Cornett in fifth. There you see at the Fuel Factory launch, Dingfeld, Lappin, and Blair. Blair off the pace now as Lappin starts to make a charge towards the front. There you see, there's our leader, Dingfeld. No, that's not Dingfeld. That's Dingfeld. Down the Himmler downhill. You see Lappin right there. Lappin and Dingfeld trying to get that back tire hooked up more. Goes to the inside, and that little stutter jump takes a little bit of speed off him as they head up over the MX6 Racing triple-double. Still evenly gapped. The Daxter, oh, look at this, creeping up on him. They get through the lappers up over the Team Green triple. They got to thread through here wisely. Let's see, Dax takes the low line. Lappin takes the high line. This time the low line seems to be a little bit faster for him. The Daxter comes in, gets the white flag, 1 lap to go. Jackson Lappin in second. The Massachusetts rider trying to make up some space. Up over the Dunlop Tunnel under the Plum Contracting Bridge. First and second in the 65 7-Eleven Open. Jackson Lappin trying to keep that interval on with the Daxter, Dax Dinkfeld. Gas versus Cobra. Cobra's holding ahead right now. Down the Himmler downhill. Lappin makes up a little bit on the downhill. He knows he's got to do it now. Jackson's got to make move. Dax tries the inside. Pulls a little bit on that interval. Up through the MX6 Racing triple doubles. The Daxter up into bowl turn. And Lappin making up a little bit of time here. Up over the Team Green triples. Let's see what lines they pick as they come through that Caterpillar off camber. Look at this. Lappin has tightened it up. There's a lapper in there. There's a C. Oh! And Lappin makes it happen. Here comes Daxter. He puts it back around him. They are side by side coming down the straightaway to the checkered flag. And Daxter, yeah, the Daxter. Dax Dinkfeld holds him off and takes the win with Jackson Lappin in second, Cameron Blair third, Levi Cornett fourth, Travis Bartley in fifth. What a race that was. Boy, there's going to be some congratulations going on that one. Jackson Lappin almost pulled it off with that the lapper in between there, kind of sandwiched by the first and second. But Dax goes, I'm shutting the door on that one. And he does. Race number 15. In the books, Open B, race number 16 on the line. 12 entries. The 59 of Logan Hilliard, the 080 of Chase Smeltz, the 120 of Devin Halliburta, the 209 Cole Lute. Watch him today. He was fast yesterday. Let's see if he can do it again today. 268 of Matt Bailey, the 326 of Austin Phelps, also another fast rider. And speaking of fast riders, the 559 Joe Shipley, the 701 of Tyler Haggerty, the 711 Eric Gerke, the 768 of Cole Dillon, the 799 of Travis Weisner, and the 961 of Joe Curry. Race number 16 of 17. Second to last race in this first round of motos. There we see him on the line. Open B. On the new and improved Jones and Roman start line, you can see the grids there. Going from too much spin on the concrete to just enough on the grid. Jones and Roman purchasing the extruded screen wire. Extruded wire screen, excuse me. Mick's all talked up again. As we get ready for the start, and the riders are loving this today. Max Tracks coming off the line into the dirt. As Pleasure Valley becomes one of the preeminent start lines in this PAMX series. Last week it was the race was down at Tomahawk. Here we go, Open B on the line. Into the first turn, looks like it's Shipley, Joe Shipley with the start. The 711 of Eric Gerke in second, but watch out on the inside. Gerke tries the outside line and through the LMR tires first turn and ends up in third. Still not a bad place as Joe Shipley comes over the Fuel Factory launch and down the Dragon's Back. Shipley on a Honda this year. Joe Shipley on the Applegate MX Parts, MX Tire, PR2, Jones & Roman, Callis Adept, Reggie Beak, Honda. Down the Himmler downhill. There's the battle for second. And that, I believe, is Matt Bailey and Eric Gerke. Gerke was in second off the line. Let's see if he's holding it up now as they come up the MX6 Racing triple-double. There's your second and third. Shipley on the bottom of the split screen. And I believe Steve's the 24, but we'll have to check and see that. That's the 711 of Eric Gerke. And looks like a Husqvarna. So the green flag is out. Shipley in the lead. Oh, that's Briar Stesic, the 214 in second. Cole Lute, the 209 in third. The 59 of Hilliard in fourth, and the 711 of Eric Gerke in fifth. So Cole Lute Like I said, I knew he's fast, but Briar Stesic has been fast all weekend also. So Cole Lute on the 209 KTM. Time to put the pressure on the 214 of Briar Stesic. There we go. Stesic and Lute battling it out. Oh, a little bobble there by Stesic. Lute goes to the outside and Stesic gets it back as they come down the Himmler downhill. Stesic looks over his shoulder and goes, oh man, Cole Lute, I kind of knew he was going to be there. Lute goes to the inside, Stesic on the outside as they come up over the MX6 triple-double, and Cole Lute pulls the ripcord and takes off. Cole Lute now up into second, Briar Stesic in third. There's the split screen. You see our leader, Shipley, up over the team green triple. There's Cole Lute over the triple, followed by Stesic. There's your leader, Joe Shipley, headed towards the lap number 2 in this Open B class. Joe Shipley in the D. Briar Stesic, Cole Lute. Oh, Cole Lute in second, Briar Stesic in third. He made the pass, made it stick. Here we come towards the LMR Tires first turn. Cole Lute, look how much he's pulled already. And Hilliard in fourth, the number 59, making a charge at Briar Stesic. So the launch, Fuel Factory launch view right there. Joe Shipley around the tail of the Dragon, headed to the Himmler downhill. And you can see Cole Lute making a charge at him. Briar Stesic just behind him, and Hilliard all over the back fender of Stesic. There's your second place rider, Cole Lute. He's going to try to make a charge at Joe Shipley. They've been racing together for years. Shipley 1 year older than Cole Lute. He was a Team Green rider this year, made the change over to Honda as he comes over the Team Green triple and into the Caterpillar off camber. You can see the second place rider behind him. Shipley should be coming around getting the white flag this time. Look at this battle. Cole Lute making a charge. White flag is out. If he didn't know before, he's going to know it now. Here comes Cole Lute as they head towards the Dunlop Tunnel. Over the tunnel. And Shipley and Lute. Oh, look out. Good save by Briar Stesic. He almost lost it big time to the podium. There you see Joe Shipley. Just behind him, Cole Lute. Over the Fuel Factory launch. Little steam coming out of Cole Lute's bike there. Again, it ain't bad until that steam stops. Should be cool enough, even if it does overheat, that they'll be fine on this last lap down the Himmler downhill. You see the gap. Cole Lute making a charge on the KTM on the Honda of Shipley, up through the chicane and down towards the halfway point of the race. Halfway point of the last lap. Cole Lute. Now he's made a big charge on this triple-double. The last few times it's where he got Stesic. Shipley knows he's back there now. over the team green triple. Let's see if Cole Luke can make any changes as they come through this Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. You see Shipley there. And he holds on pretty well as he comes to the Pro Action finish line and gets the checkered flag. As you see Cole Luke just behind him. See if Stesic can hang on for that third position. There he is. So Briar Stesic in third. Logan Hilliard in fourth. Eric Gerke in fifth. Travis Weissner in sixth. Matt Bailey seventh. Joe Arcuri eighth. Tyler Haggerty ninth. And Cole Dillon will finish out the top 10. And that top 10 rundown brought to you by Tom Cycles. Race number 17, the last race of the first round here at Pleasure Valley. In the open C, the number 3 of Bobby Malloy, the 4 of Chip Sharp, the 5 of Chris Yothers, the 08 of Carson Placci, the 19 of Braden Huff, the 23X of Ashton Roundsley, the 23 of Cole Smith, the 92 of Lane Kestner, the 142 of Colton Waitchen, and it's the 92 of Lane Kestner with the hole shot. Second is the number 4 of Trip Sharp. As we are underway on the Open C class, so the 92, Lane Kestner on the Jones & Roman Hillview Motorsports Thor Racing Kawasaki is your leader in this Open C class. And again, Open C class, anything and probably everything will happen in this race. Down that Himmler downhill, 4-lap race. There's your first through third. Chip Sharp in second. Not sure on third. We'll find out. Around the pond turn and up the MX6 Racing triple-double. There's your second place rider. It's the number 4, Chip Sharp, out of Hopwood, Pennsylvania, on the McKnight Custom Carpentry Double X Boats Miller's Performance Kawasaki. There's first and second. Oh, a little bobble by your leader, and they are by. And I think that's Rowan Schaefer, the 196 in second. There's Chip Sharp, now your leader. You see second right behind him as they come through the Caterpillar off camber. Down that long finish line straightaway. And the green flag is out at the Pro Action finish line. Chip Sharp in the lead. The 196 of Rowan Schaefer in second. Lubazinski, the 289. That's Lucas Lubazinski, the 289 in third. Lane Kestner, the 92 in fourth. Bobby Malloy, the number 3 in fifth. Ashton Roundsley, the 23X in sixth. Caleb McDonald, the 708 in seventh. Evan Jarvis, the 355 in eighth. Colton Wetchin, the 142 in ninth. And Lucas Lakorchik, the 259, rounds out the top 10. Look at this battle for the lead as they come up to the Fuel Factory launch. Across the Diamondback, Chip Sharp and Rowan Schaefer going at it. Sharp still holding him as they come through the tail of the Dragon. Chip on the outside now. Here we go. Rowan Schaefer as they head down the Himmler downhill. Who's got the cojones to hold it on? Oh, Rowan Schaefer was on the inside but couldn't capitalize on it. Chip Sharp holds the lead through the chicane and down to the pond turn. Up the MX6 Racing triple-double. They round the top. right through the Caterpillar off camber. Chip Sharp. He's looking sharp. Who knew? So Schaefer trying to pull up. Rowan Schaefer, lap number 2. And look at this. They're side by side as they make the turn to go over the Dunlop Tunnel, heading down to the Plum Contracting Bridge. Chip Sharp in the lead, but Rowan Schaefer right there into the LMR tires. First turn. What a battle. Scotty Lupazinski in 3rd place, Lane Kestner in 4th, Caleb McDonald in 5th. Up over the Fuel Factory launch and onto the Dragonback. Make the turn at the base and down to the tail of the Dragonback. And of course, into the Himmler downhill. Chip Sharp got a little bit of breathing room. May not last, but hey, anything you can get that boosts your confidence at all in the C class really, really helps. All right, so Schaefer tries the inside. Chip Sharp up over the triple-double, and look at that, he's out-jumped by Schaefer. Schaefer pulled the trigger at just the right point and has taken over the lead. Rowan Schaefer in the lead, Chip Sharp in 2nd. Up into the roll turn. Chip Sharp like, no, dude, I'm not giving up yet. Here we go. Rowan Schaefer over the Team Green double single, and into the Caterpillar off camber. Made the move at the right time. Rowan Schaefer on the last lap brings it around, and he will take the win as he approaches the Pro Action finish line and the checkered. No, what am I saying? That's the white flag. Oh, all right. Wake up, Kevin. Over the Dunlop Tunnel. Schaefer into the LMR tires first turn. Takes a look over his shoulder. It's like, see ya. Chip Sharp in 2nd. Lubazinski in 3rd. Kestner in 4th. Malloy in 4th. In 5th. Rowan Schaefer, he's like really demoralized Chip Sharp on that one. Good move at the right time. Out jumped everybody. Down to the pond turn, 1/2 lap left. Up over the MX6 Racing triple-double. You can see from here just how much of a gap he has put on Chip Sharp. I was hoping to show that. Just be careful. You got a lapper there. Oh, he goes to the top. That's good. Nice smooth line across there. Rowan Schaefer down that long straight to the Pro Action finish line and the checkered flag. So Rowan Schaefer taking the win. Chip Sharp in 2nd. Scotty Lubazinski in 3rd. Lane Kestner 4th. Bobby Malloy in 5th. And let's see. We can see the gap now. There comes Chip Sharp to take 2nd. Lubazinski will be 3rd. Kestner 4th. Malloy 5th. Caleb McDonald 6th. Colton Wetchen 7th. Lucas Lakorjic in 8th, Carson Placci in 9th, and Ashton Rousley will round out the top 10. Well, we are going to go and take a break. We're going to go to commercials. We'll get my paperwork straight, and we will be back with Motos number 2 in this round number 3 of the PAMX Spring Championship Series. See you shortly.
Johnstown's going through a lot of changes. Our community is turning into this outdoorsy town that's very welcoming. And our company at JWF Industries changing, looking at the progress we've made with high technology and a family atmosphere. If you're from Johnstown, stay here, see the opportunities. If you left Johnstown, come back and see the difference in our town, see the differences at JWF Industries, the technology, and a great future here. We're at JWF, we're all about faith, family, and country.
On or off the road, Honda builds it. You want it, and the new 5-star Power Sports Bedford County has got it. Conveniently located on Route 30, just across from the Bedford Everett Walmart. 5-star's got a huge selection of Honda bikes, quads, side-by-sides, and tons of parts and accessories. No one stocks more. 5-star Power Sports Bedford County.
5-star Power Sports. You were born ready for this.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
I'm Gavin Towers, ride MX34.
I'm Drew Adams, ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
My name's Colin Humphrey, and I ride MX34.
My name's Adam Intignap, and I ride MX34.
Check out the all-new MX34 from Dunlop.
All-new MX34 from Dunlop.
Tommy here, ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Justin Cooper, ride Dunlop MX34.
Just Mota, ride MX34. I'm Hannah Lawrence, ride Dunlop MX34.
Ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Hayden Deegan, ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Jed Lawrence, ride Dunlop MX34.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, They will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
Valley Truck Centers and Valley Automotive Group. We're the proud sponsors of professional supercross rider Jeremy Hand. For over 30 years, Valley has been a trusted teammate in the motocross community. Good luck to all racers for a safe and successful 2024 season.
Hey guys, welcome to Cernic Cycle World, your premier power sports destination. Come on in and check it out. We stock the best products from Honda, Suzuki, Kawasaki, Yamaha, KTM, also Kia. That means we have something for the whole family. We also have a full-service parts department ready to help you with the newest parts, accessories, apparel, and gear from all the top brands. We have our 40,000 square feet showroom with over 500 new and used units, ready for immediate delivery. Easy on-the-spot financing, good credit, bad credit, we can help. And if we don't have what you're looking for, we'll get it. Come see why nobody beats a Cernic Steel. Or shop online 24/7 at www.cernics.com.
Yeah!
That was good stuff right there.
6 in-demand brands: Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Ford, Jeep, Ram.
Catch big savings now at Valley.
Valley delivers better value to you.
ValleySuperstore.com.
The history of Loretta Lynn's deepens. 30 championships, all backed by Dunlop motorcycle tires.
That kid's got heart.
Win the title, Casey Cochran. His Alex Hollins.
Got our GeoMax MX14 ready to go.
Kevin Jack Spinning.
Johnstown's going through a lot of changes. Our community is turning into this outdoorsy town that's very welcoming. And our company at JWF Industries changing, looking at the progress we've made with high technology and a family atmosphere. If you're from Johnstown, stay here, see the opportunities. If you left Johnstown, come back and see the difference in our town, see the differences at JWF Industries, the technology, and a great future here. We're at JWF, we're all about faith, family, and country.
On or off the road, Honda builds it. You want it, and the new 5-star Power Sports Bedford County has got it. Conveniently located on Route 30 just across from the Bedford Everett Walmart. 5-star's got a huge selection of Honda bikes, quads, side-by-sides, and tons of parts and accessories. No one stocks more. 5-star Power Sports Bedford County.
5-star Power Sports. You were born ready for this.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
I'm Gavin Towers, ride MX34.
I'm Drew Adams, ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
Ride MX34.
My name's Colin Humphrey, and I ride MX34.
My name's Adam Intignap, and I ride MX34.
Check out the all-new MX34 from Dunlop.
All-new MX34 from Dunlop.
Tommy here, ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Justin Cooper, ride Dunlop MX34.
Josh Mota, ride MX34.
I'm Hannah Lawrence, ride Dunlop MX34.
Ride Dunlop MX34. I'm Hayden Deegan, ride Dunlop MX34.
I'm Jet Lyons, ride Dunlop MX34.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
Valley Truck Centers and Valley Automotive Group. We're the proud sponsors of professional Supercross rider Jeremy Hand. For over 30 years, Valley has been a trusted teammate in the motocross community. Good luck to all racers for a safe and successful 2024 season.
Hey guys, welcome to Cernic Cycle World, your premier power sports destination. Come on in and check it out. We stock the best products from Honda, Suzuki, Kawasaki, Yamaha, KTM, also Kia. That means we have something for the whole family. We also have a full-service parts department ready to help you with the newest parts, accessories, apparel, and gear from all the top brands. We have our 40,000 square feet showroom with over 500 new and used units ready for immediate delivery. Easy on-the-spot financing, good credit, bad credit, we can help. And if we don't have what you're looking for, we'll get it. Come see why nobody beats a Cernic deal. Or shop online 24/7 at www.cernics.com.
Yeah!
That was good stuff right there.
6 in-demand brands: Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Ford, Jeep, Ram.
Catch big savings now at Valley.
Valley delivers better value to you.
ValleySuperstore.com.
The history of Loretta Lynn's deepens. 30 championships, all backed by Dunlop motorcycle tires.
That kid's got heart.
Win the title, Casey Cochran. It's Alex Collins.
Got our GeoMax MX-14 ready to go.
Kevin Coe. Max Bennick.
right, we're back. And it's the plus 25C Open D, moto number 2 on the track. A little bit of a break there. Got our paperwork straightened out and finally back to racing. Welcome back to Pleasure Valley Raceway. It's the RMGsports.net live stream brought to you by Tom Cycle. They sponsored this event today, and we are certainly appreciative to Justin at Tom Cycle out of Indiana, Pennsylvania, one of the best dealers that you could possibly have out here in western Pennsylvania. All right, there's our leader. You see the top 3 riders there as they head towards the Team Green Triple in the plus 25C. Open D also out there. In the first moto, Ed Keltz, the 904 from Latrobe, had the win. Second was the 525, Chris Guter out of Greensburg. And third went to the 121 of Ryan Cucaruda out of Aliquippa. Green flag is out. And Ed Keltz with the lead. The 525 of Guter in second. The 185 of Josh McCool out of Pittsburgh in third place. He had fourth in the first moto. Cucaruda in fourth, Barrowcliff in fifth. As we see them head down to the tail of the dragon. Fuel Factory launch. Start to hit. This is the battle for second with Guter and McCool going at it as they come around the diamond back to the tail of the dragon. All right, here we go. So McCool makes a move on Guter, takes over second position. You see the number 1 rider of Ed Kells. As he rounds that pop turn, heads up the MX6 Racing triple-double. This is second and third, McCool and Guter. Guter trying to make a move on the inside to retake that second position. He's side by side and takes it back. So the 525 of Guter retakes second position. Guter and McCool up over top of that Team Green triple as they head in now to the Caterpillar off camera. There's our leader, Ed Keltz, the 904 rider. In the Open D class, Cole Shannon is your leader, the 624. Jax Taylor, the 33 in second. Rory Stewart, the 480 in third. Up over top of the Dunlop Tunnel jump, Ed Keltz. Guter and McCool, as you see on the yellow screen there, and we see them come under the Plum Contracting Bridge into the LMR tire first turn. And through there, down to the head of the dragon. There's the battle for second and third. Side by side again. McCool takes another jump at him. At least off of the Fuel Factory launch. It was close. Now we see Ed Keltz on the bottom of the split screen, and there's the battle between Guter and McCool on the top there as they head down the Himmler downhill. Ed Keltz starting to run into the Open D traffic as he makes the turn around the pond. Oh, they're holding him up. It's going to tighten that race up a little bit as they head up over the MX6 Racing triple-double. All right, here we go. Look at this second and third coming through the lappers here. Definitely splitting them up some. And of course, it also doesn't help that the lappers are D class. So you wouldn't think there's much of a difference between C and D, but yeah, there is. It's like going through a forest except the trees are moving very slowly. White flag is out, 1 lap to go for our leader, the 904 of Ed Keltz. Ed Keltz out of Latrobe, Pennsylvania on the Kawasaki, 26 years old. As he comes under the Plum Contracting Bridge. There's our second and third positions. McCool and Gooder. So McCool made the pass stick. Kukaruda in fourth. Barrowcliff rounds out the top 5. In the Open D, Stewart is your leader. Shannon in second. Taylor in third. Myers in fourth. And Phillips rounds out the top 5. There's our leader, 904 of Ed Keltz. Chris Gooder, Josh McCool in second and third. And you can see them just going into that bowl turn. Keltz around the pond turn and up into the MX6 Racing triple-double. Brings it around one last time. Ed Keltz would take the overall with the win here. And the checkered flag comes out at the Pro Action finish line for Ed Keltz. There's the battle for second. McCool and Gooder as they head down towards the Pro Action finish line. And Josh McCool, the 185 rider on the Yamaha, taking second. Chris Gooder on the Honda, the number 525 in third. Ryan Kukaruda, the 121 rider in fourth. Gage Barrowcliff, the 216, will finish out the top 5. In the Open D class, Jax Taylor will take the win. Cole Shannon in second, Rory Stewart in third, Austin Myers in fourth, and Dylan Phillips will take fifth. All right, race number 2 on the line, getting ready to go. The 30 plus A, 30 plus B. In moto number 1, the 7031 of Steve Roman took the win. The 916 of Nathaniel Cronk took second. Third went to the 257 of Joey Janine out of Bedford. Fourth went to the 611 of George Camadena, excuse me. And in the 30 plus B, the win went to the 21 of Brad McClellan out of Pittsburgh. Second went to the 837 of Ryan Bernheimer out of Johnstown. Third went to the 24 of Isaac McGinnis. Fourth went to the 09 of Charlie Harapovich. And fifth going to the 23 of Chaz Light. Race number 2, moto number 2. And we see the Kubota out there cleaning up that. Cleaning up that first start straightaway. Excuse me. We hear Bud Little in the background. It's certainly good to hear him. I got to talk to Bud between in the moto break. Coming back from hitting a deer last year, while the deer hit him, totaled his Moto Guzzi. But he's back and working here. The voice of Pleasure Valley, Bud Little. Certainly appreciate him being here. All right, 30 plus A, 30 plus B on the line. As we wait for that start. Again, a big thanks to Tom Cycle out in Indiana, Pennsylvania for being the sponsor of today's race. The one card is up. Woo. And here we go. Sideways, and we have a race 30 plus A. On the track, there's Stevie Roman and Nathaniel Kronk. And Roman with the whole shot in the LMSR. The Elmore Tire first turn. And here comes the start of the 30 plus B on the split screen. Steve Roman in the lead. And it looks like Brad McClellan getting the whole shot in the 30 plus B. Steve Roman on the Hillview Motorsports MX Tire PR2 FXR Scott Dunlop Fuel JRMX Fast Track Motos Sokol Performance Department of Power FMF KMS Heating and Cooling Kawasaki in the lead. I think he was in 6 of the races today. So we see Steve Roman up through the Honda Bowl turn, headed towards the Team Green triple. So there we go, the 731 of Steve Roman Jr. heading down to put lap number 1 in the books. All right, with the Dunlop tunnel turn.
Hey guys, I'm down here with
All right, so we got a podium going there, but we have some technical malfunctions. And we're back to the race. Steve Roman out there. Down the Himmler downhill. Brings it around the pond turn and up the MX6 Racing triple double. And there's your second place rider. That is Nathaniel Kronk. as he brings it in for lap number 2, halfway through the race. So Steve Roman in the lead, Nathaniel Cronk in second, Joey Deneen in third. In the 30 plus B, the 21 of Brad McClellan is your leader. Second is the 23 of Chaz Light. Third is the 09 of Charlie Harapovich. Fourth is the 837 of Ryan Bernheimer. And fifth place is 727 of Chad Housel. So we see Stephen Roman bringing around the tail of the Dragon, headed to the Himmler downhill one last time. Down around the pond turn. And up the MX6 Racing triple-double. Here's your third place rider. That is the 257 of Joey Deneen out of Bedford. And that's up over the triple-double. Oh, and Steve Roman goes down. Your leader's down. Of course, he's looking at the bike like, what the heck happened? Yeah, I don't think he's sure. Oh, it was in the, okay, that was in the Caterpillar off-camber. White flag is out, 1 lap to go. I wish we had an instant replay on that. I'd like to see how he did that. But looking at him looking down at the bike, I don't think it was something that he expected. I guess you never expect to fall, but duh. But he was far enough out ahead that Nathaniel Kroc had no chance of catching up to him. Of course, Deneen in third. Now McClellan's still leading in the 30 plus B, just ahead of the 23 of Chaz Light. So they got quite a battle going right there. Roman down the Himmler downhill. White flag is out, 1 lap to go. Bernheimer just ahead of Housel and McGinnis. That's quite a battle, 3rd through 5th in the 30 plus B. Stevie Roman up over the MX6 Racing triple-double. Triple-double, no trouble. Up over the Team Green, on a Team Green triple. And over the Caterpillar, yeah, he looks a lot better that time. So Steve Roman brings it in to the Pro Action finish line to take the checkered flag and the overall win in the 30 plus A. Nathaniel Cronk in second. Now up race number 3 in the women's class. The win went to the 54 of Ella Salomon. Second place going to the 9 of Elena Folk. Third place going to the 20 of Alexis Huber, who was leading early in the race. Fourth going to the 45 of Chloe Heater. And fifth to the 48 of Jalen Myers. And already a lead change as they, I believe that was the 20 of Alexis Huber that had the hole shot, but she got past immediately as they exited the turn, or the first turn. Here they are on the dragon back. Down the Himmler downhill they go. You see the gap between first and second. There's your third, fourth, and fifth, third through sixth riders there. Up the MX6 Racing Triple, and I believe that is the 323 of Macy Newth, but I got that wrong the last time. No, that's the 20 of Alexis Huber from Bradford, Pennsylvania on the Yamaha. She is your leader. Through the Caterpillar off camber. And she brings in, gets the green flag at the Pro Action finish line. The 45 of Chloe Heater in second. The 32 of Tiffany Finala in third. The 9 of Elena Folk in fourth, and the 54 of Ella Salomon, in fifth. In the bomber class, the 50 of McCurdy is your leader. The 824 of the 624 of Kurt Tomasic in second, and third is the 268 of Matt Bailey. So there we go with the number 20 of Alexis Huber out of Bradford, Pennsylvania on the Yamaha. She's 23 years old. 23 years young. In the 60 plus, the number 26 of Sender is your leader. Kriebel in second, and Ali in third. All right, here's second through fourth right here. And that would be Heater, Finale, Folk as they head into the off camber. There's your leader. Alexis Huber. Chloe Heater, the 45 out of Connellsville in second. Oh, now Alana Folk now in second. Ella Salomon in third. Finala in fourth. Heater in fifth. Jalynn Myers in sixth place now. Macy Newth in seventh. Eighth is the 421 of Ava Curry. Ninth is the 703 of Emma Phelps. And Rounding out the top 10 is the 920 of Mackenzie McDonald. Look at this battle. That should be Salomon and Finale, I believe, with Folk in second. Nice battle as they round the pond turn, headed up the MX6 Racing triple-double. And there's our leader, Alexis Huber, the number 20. Look at this battle for, I believe, I think that's the 662 of Kriebel, possibly. Back to our leader. White flag comes out, 1 lap to go for Alexis Huber. Alana Folk in second. Ella Salomon in third. Tiffany Finale in fourth. No. Chloe Heater in fifth. Up over the Fuel Factory launch and on to the Dragonback. Alexis Huber. It's down the Himmler downhill one last time. And up through the MX6 Racing triple-double. And up over the Team Green triple. Into the Caterpillar off camber. Alexis Huber has one turn and a straightaway to take the checkered flag. At the Pro Action finish line, Alexis Huber winning the overall in the women's class. Alana Folk second. Alex Salomon in third, Tiffany Finale in fourth, Chloe Heater rounds out the top 5. In the plus 60 class, Brian Semder will take the win. Lewis Alley takes second, and
Mike's on.
Chris Kriebel will take the win. Hey, let's send it down to the podium. Oh, not yet. And then the bomber class, the 824 of Corey Tomasek will take the win. Race number 4 is coming to the line. And we will have the 65, 10, 11, 65, 7 to 9 on the track and on the line. The win went to the 126 of Tate Bowano from Latonia, Ohio. Second place went to the 101 of Travis Bartley from Sarver, Pennsylvania. Third place going to the 18 of Levi Cornett from Berlin, Pennsylvania. Fourth place went to the 5 of Cameron Blair from West Sunbury. And fifth place went to the 520 of Keegan Lerman from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in the 65-79. The win went to the 344 of Jackson LePan from Northfield, Massachusetts. Second place going to the 404 of the Daxter, Dax Dinkfeld from Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania. Third place going to the 713 Logan Slater from Oxford, Connecticut. Here we go at the Fuel Factory launch. There's your leader at the top. And the start of the 7 to 9 on the bottom there. And trying to figure out who that is. The numbers just are small. I think that could be Bennett Smith, but it doesn't sound right. The 520, Keegan Lerman maybe, out of Pittsburgh. Now it's the 126 of Tate Pawano. So Tate Pawano's on the screen right now. I believe that will be him. He had the win in moto number 1. And let's see. That's him. Tate Pawano on the Santon Electric, Jones & Roman, Youngstown Cycle and Speed, Major League Tire, Tommy Starkey, Valley Outfitters, Husqvarna. Second place, the number 5 of Cameron Blair out of West Sunbury on the KTM. Third is the 101 of Travis Bartley out of Sarver, Pennsylvania on the Gas. Into the LMR LMR tire first turn. That's Travis Bartley, the 101. He's in third right now. Down the downhills they come. And here we are at the Fuel Factory launch. There's your top 3. There's fourth of the number 8 of Cornette. In the 65-79, the Daxter. Dax Dinkfeld is your leader, the 404, the serial racer. Second is the 713X of... Oh, we got a lead change. Is that Blair that took it? No, I think that's the 7 to 9 there. Dinkfeld, Stewart, Slater. And then in the 10-11, it's Pawano, Blair, and Bartley. There you go. Pawano in the lead. Blair in second, Bartley in third. There is Blair and Bartley, the number 5 and the 101, as they head into the Caterpillar off camber. Kyrick Stewart is second behind Dinkfeld, and the 713 of Logan Slater in third. Oh, red flag is out. We are going to have a full restart. Somebody went down hard. So they're going to direct them back to the start line. We will have a full restart. The AMA rule is basically if you have to have 60% of the race finished for a restart, and I think that was only the second lap, not quite done. So again, we will get the track clear and be coming back with the restart. So we're going to stay right here, and we'll be coming back a full restart off the line. And again, it is going to be, I believe that's a medical on the track that they had to stop the track, the racing. And if we get more information, we'll let you know. But again, you know, we want to thank everybody for coming in and enjoying the rmgsports.net broadcast of the third round of the PAMX Spring Championship right here at Pleasure Valley. Started off on the 23rd of March with a race at Dublin Gap, second race at Tomahawk down in Hedgesville, West Virginia, and now, of course, out here in western Pennsylvania. Look at that sky now. You would never recognize it from this morning. This morning, overcast, 37 degrees, and of course, you didn't see anything from yesterday. Yesterday was a bit sloppy and gnarly. Today, the track is just absolutely mint. Again, we're getting our riders. They're saying it was a gate malfunction, and they're going to have a restart because of that. So, not something that anybody wants to hear, but in all fairness, with a malfunction, you have to have a restart. So, again, it's never too late to do the right thing, which I've learned from refereeing, trust me. So, again, they are going to do a full restart. They're bringing everybody back to the line. And I'll tell you what, as a racer, I hated getting 2 laps in and having to do a full restart. I once had a start that had 3 restarts. All right. So Buono with the whole shot. Cameron Blair right there. And Travis Bartley, the 101 on the gas. They're your top 3 on the restart. But trying to get that adrenaline back down for a restart is just, oh my God, what a pain. And you're not allowed to really touch the bike. So, restart underway for the 65, 10, 11, 65, and 7 to 9. Travis Bartley gets the whole shot again. Tate Buono has the whole shot. He is your leader. Down the Himmler downhill he comes. There's second through fourth. And I know that Cameron Blair and Travis Bartley are in there. From watching the LMR tire. I'm so used, my ships were LMSR class. So, you have to pardon me there. LMR tire, first turn. There's Travis Buono. Tate Buono. Up over the Team Green triple. And there's second place. That's either Cameron Blair or Travis Bartley. And I think that is Cameron Blair, the number 5. Green flag is out. Here we go. We are underway. Buono in the lead. Blair in second. As they head to the Dunlop Tunnel. Travis Bartley in third. The number 8. 18 of Levi Cornett in fourth. The 520 of Keegan Lerman in fifth. The 65.709. The 344 of LePan is your leader, and the 404 of the Daxter, Dax Dingfeld, in second. Third is the 713X of Stewart. And then there's Mercure. So as we look at the Himmler downhill, we're watching the leader in the 10-11 class. That is Tate Bawano. Now we see the number 5 of Blair and Bartley, the 101. Tate Bawano up over the Team Green triple and headed into the Caterpillar off camber. There is our Blair and Bartley, your second and third, now headed into the Caterpillar off camber. Oh, okay, so that's Bartley and then Blair. So second place rider went down. Here we go. Bawano comes through, putting lap 2 in a second time. Cornett now in second place. So fourth to second, Blair in third. So there's Bawano. Coming out of the tail of the Dragon, headed down that Himmler downhill. Now Dingfeld has retaken the lead in the 65.709 with Lappin in second, Stewart in third, Slater in fourth, and Mercure rounding out the top 5. And here we are back to the 10-11. Bawano in the lead. Through the Caterpillar off camber he comes. And headed towards the Pro Action finish line. White flag comes out, 1 lap to go for Tate Bawano. Right now, Cornett shows that he is in second place. Levi Cornett in second, Cameron Blair in third, Keegan Lerman in fourth, Kent Griffith rounds out the top 5. one to the Dragon back. You see Tate Puano making his way through the tail of the Dragon. And down that Himmler downhill. Up through the chicane, headed down towards the pond turn. Rounds that and headed up the MX6 Racing triple-double. Makes his way into the Caterpillar off camber one last time. Oh, easy, easy. Almost lost it. That's tricky with the 12-inch wheel. And the checkered flag comes out for the winner, Tate Puano. He will take the overall today. Cameron Blair in second, Levi Cornett in third, Keegan Lerman in fourth. Travis Bartley rounds out the top five. And the 7 to 9 class, Dax Dinkfeld will take the win. Jackson Lappin in second, Caverick Stewart third, Logan Slater fourth, Tucker McCure in fifth. Race number 5 is on the line. .45 plus and 250C. In the 45 plus, the win went to the 930 of Galen Dixon. Second to the 33X of Jared Gantz. Third went to the 23 of Roy Wibble. In the 250C, the win went to the 6 of Jaden Smeltzer out of Shalakta. Second place going to the 25 of Gabe Clark out of Washington, Pennsylvania. Third going to the 196 of Rowan Schaefer out of Katanning. Fourth place going to the 4 of Trip Sharp out of Hopwood. And rounding out the top 5 was a 997 of Max Shearer out of Hermione. Hermione, Pennsylvania. Sorry about that. My apologies to everybody in Hermione. Which I have a feeling that Jared is from there also. He's a suburban Hermione. Oh boy. So again, a beautiful spring day, finally shaping up, a little bit warmer outside, thank God. It was killing me this morning. A Floridian in western Pennsylvania, definitely underdressed. It's certainly not flip-flop weather, I will say that. So we are getting ready for race number 5 here. 45 plus on the gate and 250C on the second drop. Lucas LaCorchek, the 259 from Johnstown, the local rider, gets the whole shot in the 250C. Yep, we're back to 250C. Where anything possible and probably will happen. Look at this run, the second place. That was a heck of a downhill run. There's your top three riders. The 25 of Gabe Clark in third place. And they are swapping back and forth. Into the Caterpillar off camber. And that looks like the number 5. No. There's the battle for second. So the number 6 of Smeltzer is your leader. The 25 of Gabe Clark in second. Third is Trip Sharp, the number 4 rider. Fourth is the 196 of Rowan Schaefer. Fifth is the 259 of Lucas Lekorchik. And from the Fuel Factory launch, there's your top 2. And then third, fourth. And then a big old group from 5 back. Checking out early. Number 6 of Jaden Smeltzer from Shalakto in the Smeltzer Heating and Cooling Husqvarna. Had the win in moto number 1. He's back out there in the moto number 2. Down the Himmler downhill, the 25 of Gabe Clark out of Washington, Pennsylvania on the Tom Lute, Chuck Patterson Meatpacking, M2R, Kevin Gano, Morgantown Motorsports, KTM. And there's the battle for the lead. Smeltzer and Clark going at it. Same battle as last moto. Let's see if Gabe Clark can put it together as they come over the Team Green triple. And across the top. Oh, look out here. That's what he was waiting for. Gabe Clark. He knows the math there. 2 and 1 beats a 1 and 2. Red cross flag there. One of the problems with C-classers they don't get the idea of jumping on a red cross. Maybe somebody will remind them. But you know what? Not my job. Smeltzer and Clark, look at this battle. Oh my goodness. Clark keeping the pressure on. But Jaden Smeltzer answering everything that Clark can put his way as they head down that Himmler downhill. Clark definitely out-braking Smeltzer. Smeltzer taking a look over his shoulder. If I was in second, I had somebody looking back at me, I knew I was in their brain. And I'd use it to my best potential. The MX6 Racing triple-double. Clark keeping the pressure on the inside. Smeltzer just keeps ahead of him as they exit that, head up towards the Honda Bowl. Smeltzer's still there ahead of Clark as they come over the Team Green triple. Up into the Caterpillar off camber. What a battle we've got between these two. Let's see who's going to mess up on the off camber. Good so far. So Smeltzer, Jaden Smeltzer, Gets the white flag, 1 lap to go. Gabe Clark's got to make the move as they head towards the Dunlop total jump. Under the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR Tire first turn. What a battle. From the Fuel Factory launch. And it looks like Clark has got him. The 25 has taken over the lead. Smeltzer in second now. I'll tell you what, Clark has been consistently outbraking him. Definitely faster on the downhills. Watch him go here. And look how much he pulls on Smeltzer. Smeltzer evens it up as they come through that bull turn, and Clark's still there. Unreal. Clark and Smeltzer up the MX6 Racing triple-double. Gabe Clark over the Team Green triple. Brings it around into the Caterpillar off camber. Let's see how they do this time. Smeltzer trying to apply the pressure. Here they come. Checkered flag is out. And the 25 of Gabriel Clark out of Washington, Pennsylvania on the Tom Lou Chuck Patterson Meat Packing M2R Kevin Gano Morgantown Motorsports KTM wins over the 26 of Jaden Smeltzer, and he will take the overall. All right, race number 6, 250 All-Star. In the first moto, the win went to Joe Shipley out of Indiana, Pennsylvania on the Applegate MX. MX Tire, PR2, Jones Jerome and Callis Adept, Reggie B. Kawasaki. Second place going to the 731 and Steve Roman out of Export on the Hillview Motorsports MX Tire, PR2, FXR, Scott Dunlop, Fuel, JRMX, Fast Track Moto, so-called Kawasaki. Third going to the 214 of Briar Stesic on the Jones Roman MX Kawasaki. In the 40 Plus A, Chris Shoemaker out of Great Capicon, West Virginia, had the win on the Husqvarna. Into the first turn. Side by side. The 214 of Briar Stesic and the 731 of Steve Roman. And Briar Stesic is your leader. Roman in second, Shipley in third. '40 Plus A also coming off the line. Down the Himmler downhill. Briar Stesic in the lead. Steve Roman second. Shipley in third. Shipley's just not getting the hole shots for that Honda today. We'll keep an eye on that as they come over the MX6 Racing triple-double. Steve Roman tightens it up a little bit as they bring it around this time. Briar Stesic, the West Virginia rider, doing pretty well as they head into the Caterpillar off-camber. Oh, and a little bobble by Steve Roman. Got cross-rutted. Shipley right there. And all three of them have tightened it up. Stesic, Roman, and Shipley over top of the Dunlop tunnel. And looks like Roman could have pulled ahead of Shipley this time. Excuse me, of Stesic. And we'll check them out as they come to the Fuel Factory launch camera. Nope, it's still Stesic in the lead. Steve Roman second. Joe Shipley in third. As you can see, all three of them. Down the Himmler downhill. Steve Roman tags him up. All over his back fender as they make the turn around the pond. And head up the MX6 Racing triple-double. Look at Roman. What a charge. Side by side, they get to the top. Roman on the inside has the advantage. Stesic keeps him there. Oh, what a nice race. The teacher and the student battling it out as they head into this. Oh, now Steve Roman. I'll tell you, he's been having trouble with that off camber today. And he knows this track like the back of his hand. Steve Roman up. He is taking the lead. So Roman takes over the lead. Stesic's still right there. Roman on the inside, Stesic on the outside as they come into the LMR tire first turn. Joe Shipley in third. Chris Schumacher is winning in the 40-plus A class. Now Shipley needs to move up into second place to salvage a second place position, and back here in 100% payback. That's money. There you go, Steve Roman in the lead. Up the MX6 Racing triple-double. As they come over the Team Green triple and into the Caterpillar off camber. Steve Roman with a 2-1 will take the overall. Briar Stesic with a 3-2 will take second, and Joe Shipley with a 1-3 will come in third. Here comes Shipley making a charge on this last lap as they come through the LMR tire first turn. Through the dragon back, and we're watching Shipley chasing Briar Stesic. That's second and third right there. That's the battle. This is for money. Shipley's been holding back. Let's see if he can make the charge on this last lap. See Steve Roman rounding the pond. We're at the halfway of the last lap now. Up over the triple-double. On the top of the screen, you see second, third. Shipley's right there. This is the time to make the move. Up over the Team Green triple, you see Steve Roman right there. Stesic in second, Shipley in third on the top of the screen. Shipley right up there. Drops down. Not enough momentum to be able to do that. And Steve Roman will take the win. Briar Stesic in second and Joe Shipley in third. And that will be the, Shipley will end up with second. Briar Stesic in third. Oh, that was 4 laps. Sorry about that. 1 lap to go. Forgot the A class is 5. There's Steve Roman. So Shipley still has a chance to take second away. They knew it was 5 laps. I'm just the one that didn't know it. Look at Shipley on the top screen. All over Briar Stesic's back fender. Shipley to the outside. Here they come over the MX6 Racing triple-double. Stesic holds the inside and nice rhythm section. Steve Roman, you can see it here. Joe Shipley's going to have to do it all in that off camber. See what he's going to do. He's got to try something different. He goes to the lower side. Comes up top. A little bit of cross rut. Let's see. Just not enough. Briar Stesic will take second. Steve Roman with the win. And Joe Shipley in third. Chris Shoemaker comes across the line in the same area. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the race. Race number 7, College Boys 1624. 30 plus C and 50 plus are on the line. In moto number 1, TJ Squibb from Derry, Pennsylvania, took the win. Second going to the 59 of Logan Hilliard out of Pittsburgh. Third was the 50 of Jaden McCurdy out of Blairsville. Fourth place went to the 66 of Blake Fisher. And it's the 59 of Logan Hilliard with the hole shot just ahead of TJ Squibb on the Kawasaki, the number 1. So here we go to the Fuel Factory launch camera. And TJ Squibb has taken over the lead. Same as he did last moto. Couldn't quite get the hole shot, but right after that he just disappeared, and he's hoping to do that right now. So TJ Squibb in the lead. Logan Hilliard in second at the base of the Himmler downhill. TJ takes it around the pond and heads up the MX6 Racing triple-double. As he heads into the Caterpillar off camber. 4-lap race for a college boy, 30 plus and 50 plus. So TJ Squibb in the lead. The 59 of Logan Hilliard in second. Jada McCurdy in third, the number 50 rider. 766 of Cole Dillon from Shalakta in fourth place. Fifth is the 701 of Haggerty. Here's the view from the Fuel Factory launch, which is the entrance to the Dragon back. TJ Squibb, your leader down the Himmler downhill. The 30 plus C, the 52 of Jake Reimer is your leader. Second is the 65 of Nathan Puzak. Third is the 121 of Ryan Kukaruda. I like that name. That just flows once you learn how to say it. 930, Galen Dixon leading in the 50 plus. Second is the 5X of Ralph Bentley, and third is the 18 of Matt Sempa. So here's the 59 of Hilliard, their second place rider in the College Boys 1624. Up over the team green triple. And there's TJ Squibb putting in lap number 2. There's Squibb coming underneath of the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR Tires first turn. Logan Hilliard out of Pittsburgh on the gas in second. It's still Raymer, Puzak, and Kukaruda in the 30 plus C, the top 3, and Galen Dixon, Ralph Bentley, and Sempa, top 3 in the 50 plus. TJ Squibb. It's towards the bowl turn. Makes that turn. And into the team green triple. White flag is out. 1 lap to go for TJ Squibb. TJ Squibb down to the tail of the Dragon. Makes the left-hander. And descends the Himmler downhill. Now headed into the 30 plus and 50 plus back markers. through the MX6 Racing Triple Double. And across the Caterpillar off camber. And the checkered flag is out. So TJ Squibb with the win. Logan Hilliard in second. Jaden McCurdy in third. And look at this in the 30 plus C. Kukuruda with the win. Puzak in second. Reamer in third. And in the 50 plus, Galen Dixon with the win. Ralph Bentley in second. And Michael Sempa in third. Next up, race number 8. The Micro 3 7 to 8 Limited. And the Micro 2 4 to 6 Limited. We got it all going here today. In the Micro 3 7 to 8. The win went to the 20 of Michael Titch from Boyers, Pennsylvania. Second going to the 100 of Nick Black from Uniontown. Third going to the 164 of Hudson Utz from Folensby, West Virginia. Fourth place going to the 80 of Cole Colwell out of Knox, Pennsylvania. And fifth place going to the 364 of Garrett Maurer out of Nescopic. In the Micro 2, the win went to the 39 of Rivers Rice out of Form Bell. Second going to the 528 of Nolan Rich out of Kane. Third going to the 71 of Jim Wenger out of Pittsburgh. Fourth place going to the 13 of Kingston Natalie out of Tyrone. And fifth place going to the 80X of Franco Palumbo out of New Kensington. And quick cleanup there. Want to make sure they get the first turn passable for our riders on these 50s. Ah, what a beautiful day. I think we earned it after yesterday. So, again, we want to thank our sponsors for their help this weekend. And especially today's event being brought to you by the two great dealers that supports Pleasure Valley and the riders in this season. If you're from Western or Central Pennsylvania area, please give Justin at Tom Cycle a call. Justin and his team are there to take care of all your power sport needs. If you're in the eastern part of the state, we have J&B Honda to give you all the support you need. Remember to support the dealers that support the riders. Go to Tom Cycle and J&B Honda for all your cycle needs. Here we go into the first turn. And it's the 80 of Cole Colwell, who had a fourth in the first moto, and he is your leader right now. as he comes through the LMR tire first turn. Here we are at the Fuel Factory launch, and it looks like he's got past already. And let's see if it's that Michael Titch that got him. Ooh, we got a pile there. And it is. Michael Titch has taken over the lead out of Boyers, Pennsylvania. Down the downhill he goes. There's your second place rider, Cole Colwell out of Knox, Pennsylvania on the Carolina Cobra Podium Works Hex Moto Fuel Factory Donks Design AOT Cobra. There's your top two as they come around the pond. And up onto the MX6 Racing triple double. Triple double presents no problems to the top two. Cole Colwell up over the Team Green triple. And now Cole Colwell, the second place rider, number 80, into the Caterpillar off camber. You really have no idea how steep that is from this angle or the other angle. All you see is the riders messing up trying to get through there. Green flag is out. And Michael Titch leading in the micro 3.7 to 8. Cole Caldwell comes through as we watch Michael Titch go over the Dunlop tunnel jump under the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR tire first turn. Now you see the gap that the first and second have over the third. Let's see. There's the 121 of McKnight. Well, also 100 of Nick Black. And the 121 looks like Black could have gotten around McKnight to take over third. Also the 164 of Hudson Utz out of Follinsby, West Virginia. He's on the Smooth Speed MX Vert Graphics FXR Blood Lubricants Gas. And here we are at the Fuel Factory launch. You see our top four riders. Now in the Micro 2, it's the 39 Rivers Rice in the lead. The 528 of Nolan Rich in second. I hear somebody down at the podium. Let's see if we get him this time. Not looking good. I'm hearing things. There's a ghost in the machine. So Titch and Caldwell. I think that might be McKnight making a charge on Caldwell. So the 121 of Ignite, I believe, just past Caldwell as they come up the MX6 triple double. There's our leader as he exits the Caterpillar off camber. And second and third on the upper screen, second through fifth. Lap number 2. Caldwell still in second. They're second and third exiting onto the finish line straightaway. So Maurer up into third now, Black in fourth, Utz in fifth, McKnight back to sixth now. Salandro in seventh, Finala in eighth, Burgee in ninth, and Burlew rounds out the top 10. And there's our leader, the 20 of Michael Titch, coming down the Himmler downhill. Puts it through the bowl turn, up through the chicane. White flag should be coming out this time around as he rounds the bowl turn, or the pond turn, and up through the MX6 Racing triple-double. There's your second place rider. That should be Caldwell. Or Maurer. I believe that's Maurer. The 364. Garrett Maurer out in the Scopic. On the Gray Builders, Friesen's Welding, AOT, Mountain View Mechanical, KTM. Number 80. That's the number 20, our leader, Michael Titch. Should be a white flag coming out this time, I believe. And there it is. And he makes the turn, heads towards the Dunlop tunnel jump. Under the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR Tire first turn. Last lap and race number 8. Just about halfway through this second set of motos. Michael Titch on the Cobra, 9 years old, headed down the Himmler downhill. Perfect math, 1 and 1 equals 1. A bunch of nuns would cringe to hear me say that. But the nuns never did get it. They never raced motocross. They never knew that smile. Of course, they'd probably cringe to know that we worship God at a motocross track on Sunday mornings. May not be going to heaven, but I've certainly had fun getting here. This is what God is all about. So Michael Titch up over the Team Green triple. His last time around. Brings it down the finish line straightaway to the Pro Action finish line to get that checkered flag. So second place will go to Cole Caldwell, the number 80 rider. Third will go to Garrett Maurer, the 364 rider. Fourth will be Nick Black, the 100 rider. Fifth, Hudson Utz, the 164. And that's exactly the way it's going to finish. No, let's see. In the overalls, Michael Titch will take the overall. Cole Caldwell second. Garrett Maurer third. Nick Black fourth. Hudson Utz fifth. In the Micro 2, Rivers Rice will take the win. Nolan Rich second, Otto Gardner third, Kingston Natalie fourth, and Franco Palumbo fifth. And that is pretty much how they're going to finish in the overalls, with Rice, Rich, Gardner, Natalie, and Palumbo the top five. Next up, race number 9. 125C and 55 plus. In the 125C, the win went to the 25 Gabriel Clark out of Washington, Pennsylvania. Second place going to the 6 of Jaden Smeltzer from Shalakta. Third place going to Theron Garwood, the 27 rider out of Columbiana, Ohio. Fourth going to the 52 of Skylar Bentley out of 84 PA on the KTM. And rounding out the top 5 was a 42 of Brazen Richard out of New Alexandria. In the plus 55, the win went to the 930 Galen Dixon out of Phillipsburg. Second place going to the 5 of Ralph Bentley out of Pittsburgh. Third going to the 26 of Brian Semder out of Carlisle. Fourth going to the 45 Joe Goodman out of Pittsburgh. And rounding out the top 5, the 18 of Matt Sempa out of Tyrone. And the Clydesdales are also in this race. The win went to the 320 of Josh Coulter from Kerwinsville. Second place going to the 134 Kirk Rogers out of Mount Pleasant. Third going to the 9 of Braden Clyde out of St. Mary's, Pennsylvania. Fourth to the 33 of Ben Kiefer out of Bell Vernon. And fifth to the 629 Zebediah Scott out of Marion Center, Pennsylvania. That's 1,150 pounds in 5 racers, if they are all 250 pounds each. Goodness gracious. On the line, 125C, 55 plus, and the Clydesdales. That's the view from the Fuel Factory launch. All right, they turn into one as we get ready, 125C. And here we go. Let's see if Gabriel Clark can get the whole shot here as he's up front. Clark, the 25, the 42, Grayson Richard, who was 5th in the first moto, 2nd in the whole shot. Ooh! Third place rider went down, 3rd or 4th. Oh, they're piling up all over the place. Welcome to C-Class. So it's the 25 of Gabriel Clark out of Washington, Pennsylvania on the Tom Lute, Chuck Patterson Meatpacking, M2R, Kevin Gano, Morgantown Motorsports Yamaha in the lead. There's your 2nd and 3rd racers as they come down to the pond. That's the 42 of Grayson Richard as they come up over the MX6 Racing triple-double. I think that's Jaden Smeltzer in 3rd on the Yamaha. There's your 2nd and 3rd on the top and your leader on the bottom in the split screen. Gabriel Clark headed across the off camber. He makes it out. Ooh, rider down there. And I believe that was the 42 of Grayson Richard. Now it is Jaden Smeltzer who will take over 2nd. 27 of Garwood in 3rd. The 598 of 508 Ryder Mulligan in 4th. And the 52 of Skylar Bentley in 5th as they come through the LMR tires first turn. Gabriel Clark taking it wide there. Over that Fuel Factory launch. Now down through the tail of the Dragon. The 55 plus class. Galen Dixon is your leader. Semder, the 26 rider, in 2nd. Sampo in 3rd, Bentley in 4th. Should be Smeltzer and Garwood you're seeing right there on the screen in 2nd and 3rd. There's your leader, Gabriel Clark, coming down the finish line straight away. Lap number 2 for him. Under the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR Tires first turn. Smeltzer in 2nd. Garwood, the 27 rider, now up into 3rd place. Mulligan, the 508, in 4th. And Skylar Bentley up into 5th place now. There's Gabriel Clark. Headed down the Himmler downhill. There's your third place rider, the 27 of Garwood. And also the number 6 in Smeltzer. That's Smeltzer there as he heads down him or downhill. Garwood just behind him. Wearing the MXTire.com jacket as they head over the MX6 Racing Triple-Double. Gabriel Clark over the Dunlop Tunnel, under the Plum Contracting Bridge, into the LMR Tire's first turn. Gabriel Clark through the tail of the Dragon. Gabriel Clark through the MX6 Racing Triple-Double. Rounds out of the top. Into the bowl turn. Galen Dixon leading in the 55 plus. Sender in second, Semper in third, Goodman in fourth. In the Clydesdales, leading is the number 34, 134 of Rogers. Second is the 220 of Coulter. Third is the number 9 of Clyde. Fourth is number 33 of Kiefer. Fifth is the 629 of Scott. Checkered flag comes out, and Gabriel Clark with the win. Jaden Smeltzer from Shalakta comes in second. Third will be the number 27 of Theron Garwood. Fourth will be the number 42 of Brazen Richard. And rounding out the top five, the 508 of Ryder Mulligan out of Homer City, Pennsylvania. Race number 10 on the line, the Open A and 250B. In the Open A, Steve Roman out of Export with the win. TJ Squibb out of Derry in second. And third was the 967 of Seth Huber. In the 250B, 11 riders. The win went to the 214 of Briar Stesick out of Colliers, West Virginia. Second place going to the 559 Joe Shipley of Indiana, Pennsylvania. Third going to the 326 Austin Phelps out of Hedgesville, West Virginia. Fourth to the 209 Cole Lute out of Clymer, Pennsylvania. And fifth place, the 955 Landon George out of Mineral Point, Pennsylvania on the Yamaha. Western Pennsylvania. Dull and dreary this afternoon and morning, and look at it this afternoon. It is just absolutely a gorgeous day now. Race number 10 out of 17 is on the line and getting ready to go. she turns it to 1, and we're getting ready to go. Open A, 200% payback, double what the riders paid into it will be paid back to, only 2 riders, Squibb and Steve Roman. Here we go, start of 250B. And it's the 214 of Briar Stesic with the hole shot. Second should be Joe Shipley, I believe, the 559. And as we look from the Fuel Factory launch, Stesic and Shipley battling for the lead there. Stesic and Shipley down the Himmler downhill. And you can see the battle in the foreground between Squibb and Roman going at it. As they come through the bowl turn and up over the Team Green triple, you see Briar Stesic in the lead. Oh, and Stesic goes down, Shipley goes by, spins it around, and that could be the overall. Luckily, it didn't stall on him. Shipley in the lead. That'll give him the overall if he takes a win there. Cole Lute in second. Austin Phelps in third. The 58 of Rocco Clark in fourth, and fifth will be Chase Smeltz. So back to the Open A, TJ Squibb in the lead, Steve Roman Jr. in second. There you see the 559 of Joe Shipley. Sponsored by Applegate MX Parts, MX2, PR2, Jones & Roman, Callis, Adept, Reggie B. Kawasaki, Honda. Cole Lute a distant second. Austin Phelps, the 326 in third. Rocco Clark still in fourth. And Smeltz, the 080, Chase Smeltz back there in fifth place. Up over the Dunlop Tunnel jump. And into the LMR Tires first turn. There's Cole Lute in second. And from the Fuel Factory launch camera, watch them go through. Uh-oh, look at this up in 250B. George now into fourth, Phelps in fifth, Landsdorfer in sixth, Stesic back in 8th place now. Stesic probably got his bell rung spinning it around there on that hazard that we call the off camber. You see some very fast riders having a hard time with that today. Look at the amount of, come up to it, look at the amount of lines across the face of that. And we call it a upper, middle, lower, but look at that. He's sideways, almost cross-rutted, coming through there. Shipley over top of the Dunlop tunnel jump underneath the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR Tires first turn. Hey, remember, June 7th and 8th, it will be the Loretta Lynn's Northeast qualifier right here, youth qualifier right here at Pleasure Valley. We will be broadcasting that weekend, so make sure you are ready for that. That is going to be a whoa, Nelly barn burner. There's your third place rider. That is the 58 of Rocco Clark. And just ahead of George and Phelps and Lanzendorfer. And that is, let's see, that looks like could be Shipley. Not, let's go down to. Yeah, that is. That's the 558, 559 of Shipley. I believe. No, he's on Honda. That's probably the 955 of George there. Just ahead of Austin Phelps. So the 955 of George and the 326 just behind him with Phelps. And there's your leader. That's Joe Shipley coming around the tail of the Dragon. And down the Himmer downhill he comes. And Steve Roman has taken over the lead in the Open A with TJ Squibb in second now. Joe Shipley pretty much by himself. Up over the Team Green triple. And this is a 5-lap race. Checkered flag is out. So Joe Shipley with the win. Cole Lute in second. Rocco Clark in third. Landon George in fourth. Austin Phelps in fifth. Briar Stesick makes it all the way back up to sixth after falling down. And, of course, Steve Roman taking the win over TJ Squibb in race number 10, Open A. Race 11, 85 12 to 15 and 85 9 to 11 now on the line. In the 12 to 15, the win went to the 100 of Dalton Yearney out of Strattonville, Pennsylvania. Second place going to Lenny O'Toole, the number 17. And it looks like the number 17 of Lenny O'Toole with the hole shot coming out of the LMR tire first turn. And here we go to the Fuel Factory launch. Whoa, Nelly. Sounds like a bunch of really mad Yellow Jackets. Lenny O'Toole on the fly. Jones Roman MX School, Sokol Performance, Podium Works, KTM in the lead. And there's second, third, and fourth right there. Second through sixth. But look at the gap that he's pulled already as they come up the MX6 Racing triple-double. You see Lenny O'Toole on the bottom. There's his second through fourth on the top screen. Second through fifth. What a battle. As much as they're trying to go fast, they're also trying to block as they come over the top of the Team Green triple and up into the off camber. Lenny O'Toole comes through, gets the green flag, and we are underway. 85 12 to 15, so that's Yaney, the number 100. Dalton Yaney in second. The number 19 of Joe Fiedler in third. Fourth is the 94 of Bennett Weiss. Fifth is the 922 of Jackson George. And we get a look at them from the Fuel Factory launch camera. Tate Bawano leading in the 85 911. The 101 of Travis Bartley in second. The 28 of Owen Salomon in third. Fourth is the number 5 of Cameron Blair. And fifth place, the 151 of Zach Reimer. There's our leader. The 126 of Buwanos. There's the 101 of Travis Bartley as he heads up over the MX6 Racing triple-double. There's your third place rider. That is the 20. Oh, where is he? Salomon, the number 28. So O'Toole in the lead. Yaney in second, Fiedler in third, Weiss in fourth, and George in fifth. Jackson George. There comes the 94 of Bennett Weiss. Now we're back to O'Toole. This number 17, Lenny O'Toole out of Springdale, Pennsylvania. On the tail of the Dragon, headed down the Himmler downhill. O'Toole makes it cleanly through the MX6 Racing triple-double, through the bowl turn, and then up and over the Team Green triple as he heads into the Caterpillar off-camber. Big thanks to Cleveland Brothers for their equipment this weekend, and also for the sponsorship that they so graciously bestow on Pleasure Valley. Uh-oh. I think there's one of the riders in the 85 911 that went down. There's O'Toole underneath the Plum Contract and Bridge, headed into the LMR Tires first turn. Our second place rider, that's the 100 of Dalton Yaney. And the battle for third between Yaney and Fiedler. Fiedler and Weiss. Here's a view from the Fuel Factory launch as they launch up onto the Dragonback. And down Himmler downhill they go. O'Toole, Yaney, Fiedler, Weiss, and George, the top five in the 12 to 15. Buono, Salomon, Bartley, Blair, and Reamer, top five in the 85 911. Look how deep it's getting in that pond turn. Still plenty wet underneath, but the top's starting to dry up. And there's our leader of O'Toole heading into the Caterpillar off camber. Riders down all over the place. O'Toole makes it through and headed down to the Pro Action finish line, where he will get the checkered flag and the win and the overall. So Lenny O'Toole with the win on the Fly Jones Aerodynamics School's So-Called Performance Podium Works KTM, with a 2-1 taking the overall. Dalton Yaney with a 1-2 will come in second on the Dunlop Tires Husqvarna. Travis Bartley, the 101, will take third. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Fiedler, the number 19, with an 8th and a 3rd. I'm not sure where he's going to figure in. Next up is race number 12. In the plus 25 class and the plus 40 BC, in the plus 25, the win went to the 731 of Steve Roman. Second place going to the 967 of Seth Huber. Third going to the 268 of Matt Bailey. Fourth place going to the 799 of Travis Weissner. And fifth place, the 837 of Ryan Bernheimer. In the 40 plus BC, first place went to Brad McClellan out of Pittsburgh. Second going to Jared Gons out of Fanitsburg. Third place going to the 123 of Chris Newth out of Madera, Pennsylvania. Fourth going to the 52 Jake Reimer out of Valencia, PA. And fifth place going to the 55 of Rick Salandro out of Latrobe. Race number 12 out of 17 is on the line, getting ready to go. The 2 card is up as we get set to get underway. And here we go. Plus 25. Seth Huber with the hole shot. Stevie Roman in second. And down that long Himmler downhill, Stevie Roman takes the lead away from Seth Huber. And Huber just had nothing for him. Stevie Roman definitely working the brakes there a lot better as they come over the triple-double, the MX6 Racing triple-double. Steve Roman up over the Team Green triple and into the Caterpillar off camber. He brings it up and across. Even Steve had a problem today and spun it out. I don't know if he spun it out. He probably cross-rutted. Not sure, we didn't quite get to see it, but definitely had a problem with that off camber today. Underneath the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR Tires first turn with Seth Huber from Bradford in second behind him. As we get a look at Huber. Steve Roman down the Himmler downhill. All right. Steve Roman makes the turn. Lap number 2. Underneath the Plum Contracting Bridge into the LMR Tires first turn. Seth Huber in second, Corey Tomasak in third, the 824 rider. Fourth is the 268 of Matt Bailey. Fifth is the 799 of Travis Weissner. And the 40-plus BC, Brad McClellan is your leader, Jared Gons second, Chad Housel third, Jake Reimer fourth, Chris Newth rounding out the top 5. Down the Himmler downhills, our leader, Steve Roman. Proud partner with Mike Jones. Mad Mike Jones of the Jones and Roman there's our leader on the bottom, and second on the top, that is Huber. Huber coming up the MX6 triple double. Roman over top of the Team Green triple. And here he comes, gets the white flag, 1 lap to go for Steve Roman. Over top of the Dunlop tunnel jump and down under the Plum Contracting Bridge. Down into the head of the Dragon and headed towards the Fuel Factory launch. Steve Roman exits the tail of the Dragon, heads down the Himmler downhill. One last time, at least in this class. He's got a few more classes left. Through the chicane and down to the pond turn, signifying 1/2 lap left in this race. And the 40-plus BC, McClellan still your leader. Gonson second, Housel third, Newth fourth, and Reimer rounding out the top 5. Steve Roman over top of the Team Green triple. And one last time through the off camber. That was a nice line. As he brings it in, and checkered flag is out. Steve Roman taking the win in the plus 25, and that will give him the overall. All right, so that was race number 12 out of 17. And we are, so 5 more motos to go in this RMGsports.net broadcast today. And if you're watching it tomorrow, it'll be on YouTube. So again, we want to thank all our sponsors that are making it possible to be a live stream partner of PVR. So you can always subscribe to this channel for more MX racing from PVR in 2025. Race number 13, Super Mini coming up. Super Mini 12 to 16. And moto number 1, the win went to the 94 of Bennett Weiss out of Washington, Pennsylvania. Second place went to the 308 of Trigger Harkins out of Brownsville, Pennsylvania. Third place going to the 19 of Joe Fiedler out of Moon Township, Pennsylvania. Fourth place going to the 334 of Keegan McDade out of Edinburgh, Pennsylvania. And fifth going to the 922 Jackson George out of Mineral Point. And here we go. It's the 17, Lenny O'Toole. Man, he is on fire this afternoon. Gets the whole shot. And he had 6th place in the first moto. Needless to say, I think he likes it dry. Rolling pretty good. Second place is the 100 of Dalton Yearney, who is 7th in the first moto out of Strattonville, Pennsylvania. Whole different ball game in this second moto. You can see it's drying out, and it's actually starting to dry out underneath now, which is what they really needed. So up over the MX6 Racing triple-double. Look at the battle for second and third back there. Oh, he got past. So Dalton Yaney back relegated to third position. And I got a feeling that's going to be Bennett Weiss. Up over the Kawasaki Team Green triple. And up into the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off-camber. What a battle. There's Lenny O'Toole. He'll bring it in. And we are underway in the Super Mini. So Yaney still in second. The 19 of Joe Fiedler in third. Fourth is the 334. So O'Toole, not going to do much on him on the overalls. Except Weiss is back in fifth. It could help him quite a bit. Depends on whether Weiss can make any progress. There's Yaney, Fiedler, McDade right there. There's Lenny O'Toole, your leader. So there's your number 1 rider right there, the number 17, as he heads up over the MX6 Racing triple-double. Lenny O'Toole making it through the Honda bull turn, up over the Team Green triple, and taking the left-hander into the Caterpillar off camber. So it looks like Fiedler right now would be the overall winner with the 7th and 2nd. Yeah, Fiedler on the overall so far. So Lenny O'Toole in the lead. Fiedler in second, the number 19. Keegan McDade in third, the 334. Fourth is the 100 Dalton Yaney. Fifth is the 94 of Weiss. Weiss starting to move up now. Trigger Harkins, the 308 and 6. Jackson George, the 922 and 7th. It looks like Fiedler McDade there. There's Lenny O'Toole as he heads down the Himmler downhill. There's Fiedler and McDade, and you can see them following O'Toole as they head down around the pond. White flag should be coming out this time around. Up over the MX6 Racing triple double. O'Toole on the bottom screen. There's your second and third battle as they come over the Team Green triple. Make the left-hander. O'Toole brings it around. White flag is out, 1 lap to go. Look at that battle for second. Fiedler McDade in a tight battle as they go through the LMR tires first turn. And you can see them right there. Weiss in fourth now. Yaney in fifth. So Fiedler right now with the 3 and 2 would take the overall with Bennett Weiss first and fourth. If Weiss can move up one more position into third, he will be able to take the overall. Lenny O'Toole in third, Keegan McDade in fourth, Trigger Harkins in fifth. That's on the overall. Right now, Lenny O'Toole the leader. Fiedler second, Keegan McDade third, Bennett Weiss in fourth. And it doesn't look like Bennett Weiss is moving that quickly. Let's see what the interval is on him. Six seconds back of the third place. And look at this battle. McDade up on Fiedler. And there's Lenny O'Toole on the bottom. So you see in the split screen, McDade putting the charge on as they come over the Kawasaki Team Green triple. Little bobble by Fiedler. Lenny O'Toole brings it in, and he will take the win, and we won't get the overall. Fiedler comes in second, and that should give him the overall. There's McDade coming through, and look at that. Just behind him is Bennett Weiss. So let's see. O'Toole, Fiedler, McDade, Weiss, Yaney. So Fiedler should take the overall. Bennett Weiss in second, and Lenny O'Toole third in the overall standings in the Super Mini class. What a day of racing for these guys. In the plus 35 class, race number 14. 4 races to go. The win in moto number 1 was the 731 of Steve Roman. Second place to the 916 of Nathaniel Kronk. Third place to the 930 of Galen Dixon. Fourth to the 841 of Rocky Stone King. And fifth to the 134 of Kirk Rogers. So now we line them up, getting ready to go. It looks like Florida now. What a beautiful sky. I should send that picture to my wife. Tell her, see, it isn't all great stuff. Okay, yeah, have to wear shoes, socks, and long pants, hoodie, and a windbreaker, but other than that, it's like Florida. And it looks like Nathaniel Kronk with the hole shot. Kronk with the hole shot. Steve Roman in second. Roman cuts to the outside. And they are side by side, headed down to the head of the Dragon. Now we see him at the Fuel Factory launch. Steve Roman ahead. Kronk in second, which is how they finished it in the first moto. Down the Himmler downhill they go. Steve Roman in the lead. Kronk in second. Up over the MX6 triple-double. Through the bowl turn, Steve Roman. Up over the Team Green triple, and first one to triple it today on a Kawasaki, well, at all, but on a Kawasaki is Steve Roman. Finally getting to the point that the speed is up there. Steve Roman brings her around towards the Jones and Roman start line, or excuse me, the Pro Action finish line. Nathan Kronk in second. As he comes under the Plum Contracting Bridge, you see Kronk coming. Ooh, suspension needs a little work there, buddy. Hard hit. Galen Dixon, the 930 in third place. There's a view from the Fuel Factory launch camera as they head onto the Dragonback, or launch onto the Dragonback. The 134 of Kirk Rogers in fourth position, as we see Steve Roman coming down the Himmler downhill. Rounds the pond turn. And there's our second place rider, Nathaniel Kronk. As he comes up the triple-double. Galen Dixon just behind him as he makes it the turn. Galen Dixon, 57 years old. God, 11 years younger than me. Lap number 2, going in the books, Steve Roman. He's our Iron Man today. Over top of the Dunlop Tunnel jump. and into the LMR tires first turn. How did I know that? Just look at that sign. Isn't it great? Kronk is bouncing all over the place. He needs some shock work. There's Galen Dixon. Of course, it could also be he's a little tired. Galen Dixon in third. And here's the view from the fuel factory. Launch onto the Dragonback. Steve Roman. Nathaniel Kronk. Steve Roman. Down around the pond turn. This time around, the white flag will be coming out. And there you see Nathaniel Kronk. Down around the pond turn and headed up the MX6 triple-double. Wonder how he could stop like that and not fall over. Must be a trick of the camera. Steve Roman comes in to the Pro Action finish line, gets the white flag, 1 lap to go. Over the Dunlop tunnel jump. Under the Plum Contracting Bridge, into the LMR tire, first turn. One last time, I think he's finished for today. This will be his last race. Let's see if we can get him up here to do an interview. Ooh. A little hang up in there. Yeah, I'd say he's tired by now. He gets the credit for building the track and putting it where it's supposed to be, but at the same time, see, how did that line get there? Wasn't that deep last time I was out. It was only 2 races ago. Down the Himmler downhill. Makes the turn at the bottom. Around the pond one last time for today. And up over the MX6 triple-double. Steve Roman up over the Team Green triple. Yeah, he's tired. So I've had enough fun today. Just kind of coast through here. Of course, that's usually when I fell down. Whenever I was like, I'm just going to finish this race. Boom. I guess I'm not. So Steve Roman with the win in the plus 35 class. And I think he can finally put the bikes away. Oh, no, wait. He's got to wash them first. Uh-oh. 65 711 open on the track now. And the first moto, the win went to the 404 of the Daxter. Dax Dinkfeld, the serial racer from Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania, on the Dirt Bike Kids Minton Cycle PR2 MX Tire Scott Skull Candy Cobra. Second place going to the 344 of Jackson Lappin from Northfield, Massachusetts. Third going to the 5 of Cameron Blair. And there he is, the Daxter on the Himmler downhill. Our very own serial motocrosser. Dingfeld in the lead. I'm guessing that's Jackson Lappin behind him as they come through the MX6 triple-double. Ooh. Dingfeld headed in. Look at this battle, third, fourth. Oh, there's second place all hung up in there. These guys move up. So Dax brings it through. And I was correct on that. Lappin, the 344 in second. Tapawano, the 126 in third. Travis Bartley, the 101 in fourth. And into the LMR tire is the battle for second. That's Lappin and Buono. Jackson Lappin, the 344. Buono, the 126. There's a view from our Fuel Factory launch up onto the Dragon back. And Dingfeld coming through the tail of the Dragon, headed down to the Himmler downhill. Jackson Lappin and Tapawano going at it behind him. Pretty much right now he doesn't care. As you see, there's the battle for second. Lappin and Buono going at it. Buono a little slower to the inside. Lappin gets a little bit, few more feet between them. Lappin and Buono heading up the MX6 triple-double. Buono making, look at that, making up some room there. He's closed a little bit. That might be Buono and Bartley. Unless there's a lapper in between there. That's entirely possible. There's the Daxter. Dax Dingfeld in the lead. Making it look easy. That's the name of the game as he comes up over the Dunlop tunnel jump. Lappin just ahead of Buono. What a battle for second as they head through the LMR tire first turn. Buono working hard there. There's Dingfeld headed down Himmler downhill. There's the battle. It's all about second right now. Buono chasing Lappin. The 344 of Jackson Lappin. And now you see the split screen. There's the Daxter. Dax heading up over the Team Green triple. And you see the battle for second, Lappin and Buono, as they head in to the Caterpillar. It worked. It worked. Tate Buono takes the upper line and gets ahead. He's now in second. White flag is out, 1 lap to go. So Buono moves up into second, Lappin into third, Bartley in fourth, Blair in fifth, Cornett in sixth, Slater in seventh. Slater, excuse me. Stewart in eighth, Gardner in ninth, Lerman rounds out the top 10. That's brought to you by Cernix Racing. Oh my goodness. There's the view from the Fuel Factory launch. As we look at the Daxter, Dax Dingfeldt brings it around to the tail of the dragon. The serial motocrosser. Up through the chicane as he heads down to the pond one more time. Half lap left in this race. Dingfeldt up over the triple-double. Coming up into lappers. Let's see if he makes it through here clean. Yes, he does. Over the Team Green triple. And one last time through the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. Clean as a whistle. Down the straightaway, and the checkered flag awaiting him at the Pro Action finish line. So the Daxter, Dax Dingfeldt, takes the win and the overall. Buono in second, as you see him come through. Lappin in third. And I'm waiting to see if computer's doing the math here. Blair comes in fourth, Bartley in fifth, Slater in sixth, Stewart in seventh, Cornett in eighth, Carter ninth, Lerman in 10th. Let's see. Waiting for that computer. Come on, computer. You're only adding ones and zeros. It's not like it's math or anything. All right. Race number 16, Open B, is on the line. And the win in Moto 1 went to the 559 of Joe Shipley from Indiana, Pennsylvania. Second place going to the 209 of Cole Lute from Clymer, Pennsylvania. Third place going to the 214 of Briar Stesick from Colliers, West Virginia. Fourth place going to the 59 of Logan Hilliard from Pittsburgh. And fifth going to the 799 of Travis Weissner from St. Mary's. All right, so back to the 65-711. Dax Dingfeldt with the overall. Second would go to Jackson Lappin. Third place goes to Cameron Blair. And Tate Buono ends up in fourth, just off the podium. So Open B is on the line, ready to go. And we're just waiting for the track to clear up. Race number 16 of 17. That's right, there's only two left for the entire weekend. Went fast and went well. Blue skies out there. It's just amazing. Hey, we at rmgsports.net, thank you for tuning in today. And we certainly hope that you're going to keep coming back. We're not done yet, but just want to put a thank you out there. And hope you'll join us next for the Dylan Slusser race in May. And of course, June is the Loretta Lynn's Northeast Youth Regional. Lots of big races coming. Here's the view from the Fuel Factory launch. And again, the win went to Joe Shipley. Let's see if he could pull out a hole shot this time around. Looks like a red bike, and it is. Joe Shipley is the leader. Coming through the tail of the dragon, heading down Himmler downhill. There's second through fourth. Let's see if Cole Lute will end up. I see Hilliard. I think he's back in fourth right now as he come up with the MX6 triple-double. Battle second through fourth. All right. Briar Stesic, I believe, the 214 in second place. There's the green flag. We are underway. Shipley in the lead. Stesic in second. Hilliard in third. Cole Lute in fourth. Under the Plum Contracting Bridge, you see Stesic, Hilliard, and Lute going through the LMR Tires first turn. And they'll bring it down to the Fuel Factory launch. We'll see him right now. Oh, look out. And, oh, that hurt. Stesic throws it away. Third place of Hilliard ends up off the track. And it may not be the end of the race, but it's certainly going to be the end of the chase for Joe Shipley. He's just going to motor away. And that could move Lute back into second already. Stesic's going to have to take, he's up but off. There's somebody checking on him right now. Holding the bike up. Stesic holding his ribs. And that should be Cole Lute there, the 209, in second place now, with Stesic and Hilliard off to the side. As he comes across the Team Green triple. And there is Shipley. He's in the lead. And if I'm doing my math correctly, that should be Cole Lute, the 209. No, Stesic is back in second. Hilliard in third. No, that's... Yeah, that's Stesic. I don't know how he did it. He's back up and back in place. Hilliard in third. That must be Lute that was down. Lute must have made the move and then crashed. So Hilliard in third. Smeltz. Chase Smeltz in fourth place. Bailey in fifth. Weissner in sixth. So that must have been Lute that went down just before the Fuel Factory launch. All right, so that is Hilliard as he heads down the Himmler downhill. And he's quite a ways back from Stesic. So Stesic must have made it through clean on that crash back there. And there's Joe Shipley as he comes across the Team Green triple. The white flag should be coming out this time around for Joe Shipley as he makes his way down that final straightaway towards the Pro Action finish line. There's the white flag with 1 to go. Joe Shipley on the Applegate MX Parts, MX Tire, PR2, Jones & Roman, Callis, Adept, Reggie B, Honda through the LMR Tire first turn. Shipley across the Dragon's back, heads down to the tail, makes the turn, and down the Himmler downhill. Through the bowl and up through the chicane. Half lap remaining for Joe Shipley. As he comes up the MX6 triple-double. Briar Stesic, a full 1/10 of a second slower. Hilliard 3/10 slower. Smeltz at a 2:09. He's way off the course, way off the pace. Shipley brings it through the Caterpillar off camber. And into the Pro Action finish line for the checkered flag. He'll take the win with Briar Stesic in second, Josh Hilliard in third. Logan Hilliard in third, Chase Smeltz in fourth, Matt Bailey in fifth, Travis Weisner in sixth, Joe Arcuri in seventh, Tyler Haggerty in eighth, Devin Halliburta in ninth, and Cole Lute rounding out the top 10. Hey, the last race of the weekend is on the line, and it is Open C. So let's finish with a bang, or probably a boom, as we get ready for Open C. Rowan Schaefer, the 196 from Katanning, took the win. Second place went to the 4 of Trip Sharp from Hopwood. Third place going to, if I could find it, the 289 of Scotty Lubazinski out of Kochberg. Fourth place going to the 92 of Lane Kestner out of Latrobe. Fifth place going to the number 3 of Bobby Malloy out of Dunbar. And here we go. They're off the line, and we are underway. Last race of the weekend. Oh, and that Kawasaki is getting it. It's the 92 Lane Kestner. So Kestner, who had a fourth in the first moto on the Jones & Roman Hillview Motorsports 4 race at Kawasaki, is your leader. And we'll pick him up at the Fuel Factory launch. So Kestner in the lead, heading down the Himmler downhill. Another Kawasaki, and that could be Trip Sharp in second place. Yes, it is. So Chip Sharp in second. And Chip had a second in the first moto. He could take the overall if it finishes like this, but hey, it's open C. Through the MX6 triple doubles and back down to the infield. They make the bold turn and head towards the Team Green triple. Kestner out of Latrobe in the lead. There's third, fourth, and fifth now. So Kestner in the lead, Sharp in second, Malloy the number 3 out of Dunbar in third place. Fourth is a 196 of Rowan Schaefer. Fifth is the 997 of Max Scharer out of Hermione, Pennsylvania. Oh, it's the little things in life that make you feel so good. I learned something today, Hermione. There's Kestner. Sharp and Malloy. Looks like Malloy making a move on Sharp. And he got him coming across the dragon back. So Bobby Malloy out of Dunbar on the Tremba and Kinney Malloy's Garage, Malloy Development Kawasaki. That could be Schaefer, the 196. I'm seeing a Honda out of Katanning. Let's see what happens with that. He had the win in moto number 1. That would make sense that he'd move up into second at this point as they come up the MX6 Racing triple-double. Could call it the dub, y'all. I'm confused enough. Up over the Team Green triple. There's first through fifth. So Rowan Schaefer on the move. Kestner's your leader right now. And Schaefer is in second, so Schaefer in second as they come across the Dunlop Tunnel jump underneath the Plum Contracting Bridge and into the LMR Tires first turn. So Kestner, you best be watching out because Schaefer wants that win. Rowan Schaefer working hard. Chip Sharp in third, Bobby Malloy in fourth, Max Scharer in fifth, Scotty Lubazinski in sixth, Caleb McDonald in seventh, Colton Wetchin in eighth, Carson Platzi in ninth, and Lucas Lakorchik rounds out the top 10. All right, second place getting jammed up. And we're looking at Lane Kestner right now in the lead up through the chicane. And that could be Sharp. No, that's a red plate, red bike. I think that's still Schaefer. Up over the MX6 triple doubles. Dub, y'all. And across the Team Green triple. Up into the Cleveland Brothers Caterpillar off camber. And that looks like Schaefer's still in second, so unless there was a gas up there. No, it's still showing. Let's see. White flag comes out, 1 lap to go for the weekend. Kestner in the lead, Schaefer in second. Over the Dunlop tunnel jump. Schaefer will still get the overall with a 1-2. So hopefully he's smart enough to stay where he is and not do anything stupid. You see, Chris, it's not stupid, it's adventurous. Malloy's still in third. Shire in fourth. Lubasinski in fifth. Sharp all the way back to sixth now, so he's just going backwards. Kestner in the lead. Rowan Schaefer in second as they come off the tail of the Dragon one last time down the Himmler downhill. And Schaefer definitely faster on that downhill, outbraking Lane Kestner. But Kestner doing a masterful job of blocking there. Schaefer goes to the inside, see if he can get a better drive as they head up over the MX6 triple-double. And here comes Schaefer. They're side by side. And Schaefer, oh, they're still side by side. No. Kestner gets back ahead of him into the bull turn. Schaefer is just beating himself up. Dude, let it go. You have got the win if you just stay where you are. You can't win if you end up on the ground. Here he goes. They're side by side. Oh, and he forces Lane Kestner down. They both occupy the same lane. Kestner goes down, and Schaefer will come in with the win. The checkered flag is out. Lane Kestner with the win on the Jones & Roman Hillview Motorsports Thor race. No, excuse me. Let's look at the other guy. Dumb. Schaefer on the MX Tire, Podium Works, O'Neill, Risk Racing, Throttle Syndicate, Works Connection, Rosebud Mining, BS Outfitters, Stillers Motorsport, Honda takes the win. Bobby Malloy in second, Scotty Lubasinski in third. Let's see if Kestner got up quickly enough. Kestner in fourth, Wetchin in fifth, Shirer in sixth, Sharp in seventh, Platchy in eighth, McDonald in ninth, Lekorchik rounds out the top 10. Wow, what a weekend, and what a way to finish it. These guys, they ride like C-class riders. What is up with that? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed our weekend. We at rmgsports.net hope you all enjoyed it, and we hope you're coming back. We've got the next race coming up here in May is the Dylan Slusser race, and of course we have the Loretta Lynn Youth Regional in June. We remind you, please, if you loved it today, or even if you just liked it, or you didn't like it but you're going to tune in anyway, subscribe to rmgsports.net so you can catch all the action right here at Pleasure Valley all this year in 2025. Thank you very much, and we'll see you back here at Pleasure Valley next race.